All right, y'all. So here we are. Uh, we are going to start in about maybe a couple of minutes from now. So, all right, man. As you guys know, obviously the Middle East is at war right now, right? Just an absolute mess of a situation, right? Marty says, "Let's go. I've been wanting to hear your opinion on everything. Talk to you in about 20 minutes when you finally arrive." Well, I'd say I walked in here about maybe just 3 minutes into this, right? So just 3 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact, which, by the way, is what I will put on the description below. And yeah, man, look, I gotta tell you, right? I think it is just giving you crap, man. I no problem. I know, man. I know that you hate that part of the show. The waiting part, which is okay, obviously, but as you know, there's a strategy behind it, and I would love to tell you in person, just not for public consumption and what have you. So, can you go over all the recent updates with what has been going on? So far, what has been going on? Okay, I'm very much kind of afraid to say this, but the UAE does not want people to know that bombings have been going on in their country. That's one. Okay, that's the most recent update, the most important update you need to know. Okay, they don't want people to know that all of these things are going on. Now, why is that? There's a reason for it. Okay, now for example, I'll give you a strong example of this, right? One that one of my moderators here, Marty, can relate to. Whenever you say something about, let's say, things that goes on with a channel, if you notice, I often steer away from that conversation or just overall avoid it. Now, why is that? Well, because number one, I don't want the channel to be harmed in a way where it looks a certain way because you say a certain thing, and it will give a certain bad perception as a result of that. That is what the UAE is practicing right now, right? They are practicing public relations to its highest order. And as you know, what is it that I specialize in? What did I go to school for? Which is obviously public relations. Okay, so why are they in a public relations campaign? For example, if you are an influencer in the UAE right now, they're telling you to shut up. Okay, they're telling you to shut up. Stop telling people that the place is being bombed. Stop telling people that the place is unsafe, because guess what? You're going to drive their tourism down. Just like if you were to say certain things about the channel, like for example, you don't like that, I make people wait very early on in the show. Okay, well, that sort of gives a bad taste in people's mouth, even though you're telling the truth. Okay, and the truth is, there are buildings that are being bombed in the UAE. For example, ironically, symbolically enough, one of Trump's hotels is getting bombed at, in the UAE, right? And obviously, that's a very much targeted effort on the part of the Iranians to do that because, well, Donald Trump is, is that guy, right? He is that guy, and he is the top dog in the United States. And he not only is a top dog, he's not just like an Obama style of top dog or a Biden type of top dog, not even a George Bush type of top dog. He's the type of top dog that actually owns hotels outside of his political career. And so the Iranians decided, you know what, we're going to do something about that. We're going to attack that particular weakness that the UAE has going on, being that they harbor Trump, being that they harbor the United States. And they decided, you know what, this is what we need to do to send a message. Now, why is it that the UAE is specifically being targeted? Well, it's quite honest. It's quite obvious, right? I'm not going to say that they are jealous. I'm not going to say that Iran is jealous of the UAE, but it seems that way, right? For example, I'm going to tell you why I mentioned the jealousy type of metaphor here, right? You ever had a friend that was jealous of you? I know a lot of people that have had friends that are jealous of them. Notice how when they go to your house, all of a sudden things accidentally break. Oh, you have that nice vase right there that you bought in China. China. You bought a vase from China, very expensive vase. Oops, all of a sudden, it breaks because they accidentally bump into it. Or if you have friends that are drinkers or people that, sort of partake in these things, then yes, that is a, a possibility. That is a possibility that they are going to sabotage things. You let them borrow the car. All of a sudden, oops, I got some scratches on it. Geez, I wonder how that happened. Well, that's sort of what Iran is doing, right? They see the UAE as an Arab powerhouse in the region, and they decided, you know what? We're going to make you look bad. We're going to terrorize what you got going on, make people scared to go there, right? And that's, think of it like that, right? A jealous neighbor, a jealous friend. That is what Iran is right now. But at the same time, you also got to understand this is going to be hard for a lot of people to swallow. Iran is only reacting in a matter of self-defense. And that is something that a lot of neocons don't want to hear. That is something that a lot of Americans that are pro-war don't want to hear. But that is exactly what they are operating on. They are operating on the notion of self-defense. Nico says another pre-recorded stream is diabolical. No, it is not. Obviously, if I'm reading your comment right now, Nico Harrison, number one, yeah, I'm reading your whole full screen name right now, live and in person. So no, this is not a pre-recorded stream at all. It just so happens that I happen to be, very good at. He says, "Sure, buddy, this is AI." Yeah, listen. I am far from AI. This is far from AI. I really speak like this. I really can write articles like this. Okay, you're talking to a guy that has written articles for politicians. Okay, so I don't think this is a pre-recorded or anything like that. I'm just naturally born with talent to speak, natural talent to communicate. And that is why I am here. And you know what? I take no offense to that, Nico. I actually take that as a compliment, right? Very similar to when there's a dominant fighter in the world of MMA or boxing, and we accuse that person of steroids when in reality that person is really clean. And on top of that, that person is dominant without having to use drugs or any type of enhancements that can render him as a cheater. He says, never underestimate the abilities of the race whisperer. That's right. That's right. Look, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of some background to make you understand why I am who I am, right? My father was an accountant, okay? And not only was he an accountant, he worked for Gaddafi in the 1980s. And not only that, he was also helping Libyan gun runners supply guns to the Irish Republican Army, okay? So if anything, I come from not only an extremely educated background, but I also come from an extremely violent background. And then let's not even talk about, my life in California, if you really want to talk about violent backgrounds. But, I do have a very diverse set of skills, diverse set of experiences in life, right? I've fought MMA, I've been to the Marine Corps, I've gone to different parts of the world. And I would like to share these things with you. You know what? Here's the thing, right? When it comes to the military world, when it comes to the world of gangsters, thugs, and and mafia people, okay, and then on top of that, people of all types of warriorhood and all types of warrior classes, right? I know a lot of badasses. Okay, and there's guys that are way more badass than me when it comes to the world of fighting, when it comes to the world of gang banging, when it comes to the world of everything else that I'm involved in. There's a lot of badasses. The difference between me and these other badasses is that I am an entertaining badass, okay? And by the way, in the world of MMA, that is actually a lot more valuable than the guy who is more skilled than the next guy. And that is indicative of how the UFC is rearranging their roster right now. So, okay, average construction donkey. Okay, that's a very interesting name right there. Shout outs to you. I'm assuming you are in the construction business. Shout out to all our construction guys who work really hard to maintain and build the infrastructures of our country and elsewhere in the world. He says, nope, This is certainly not self-defense. Self-defense is fighting the US, self-defense is fighting Israel, but no, Iran is not acting in self-defense. Well, I would argue to the fact that what they are doing is sort of going tit for tat. Okay, well, you want to attack our infrastructures, we're going to attack yours. And by the way, Israel right now is on fire. Speaking of the UAE not wanting everyone to know that their cities are on fire, Israel also doesn't want you to know that their cities are on fire. And not so much for the reasons of, let's say, not so much for the reasons of, let's say, tourism, because what's crazy about Israel is that you know that Israel is a very violent place. You know that there's a lot of violent clashes that go on in Israel, but people go there anyway. Christian missionaries go to Israel all the time. You have people who are, let's say, Jews, American Jews, that may not necessarily want to live there, but want to visit, or maybe they have a family there to visit. Israel does not have a problem with tourism, okay? And then on top of that, that is the place where Jesus, has resurrected. And as a result of that, obviously that's going to attract a lot of Christians. Even if you're a Muslim and you want to travel to Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? Well, obviously because Palestine doesn't really have a strong authority in that part of the world, you would have to go through the Israelis in order for you to visit Al-Aqsa, right? And then when you go there, obviously Al-Aqsa is being guarded by Israeli forces and Israeli police and Israeli servicemen, rather than, let's say, Palestinian rebels or Hamas members of that sort, right? So average construction says you can disagree with someone without calling them an AI. Well, you know what? To be fair about that, average construction donkey, I think Nico Harrison is not necessarily expressing disagreements with me. I think you and I are expressing a bit of some disagreements on this particular topic, obviously, which is okay. I think his grievance is that, and by the way, shout out to him. I've never seen him be here before, but it lets me know that at least he's been here watching. His grievance is that I have played, pre-recorded live streams before, right? For, reasons of strategic matters that deal with the algorithm in YouTube, right? But that's neither here or there. And also it is to, promote my old content, right? Then every time you run across a content creator that you enjoy, that you say, you know what, this guy, I like him, I like what he's about, you probably wonder what his content was like prior to you coming into that live stream or coming into that video or coming into those shorts that you've seen from this person, right? So that's what I do. I go and promote some of my old content that I did in order for you to understand the history of this channel and where it came from and what are some of the work and coverages that I've done. So he says, everyone's opinion is welcome here. We may disagree, but you can speak your mind. Yes, that is absolutely correct, Marty. Now, I want to be intellectually honest about this, right? I need you guys to understand there is no such thing as freedom of speech, even though it is something that I highly emphasize in this channel. Okay, and the reason why I say that is because, yes, I allow you to say what you want, but within the guidelines of YouTube. So is that really freedom of speech? And I let you decide whether that is true or not. That is your decision whether to decide that is true free speech or not. Because the fact of the matter is, okay, we live in a world where we need each other. And by the way, this goes into the world economy and how it's tied to everybody in retrospect to this war that is going on, right? So I need you to understand that we all need everyone, right? I need YouTube. Regardless of whatever opinion you may have about YouTube, you can say that they are an oppressive company. You can say that they suppress speech. You can say this, that, or the other about YouTube, which is perfectly fine. The fact of the matter is, if I ever want to become a superstar in the world of YouTube, I need YouTube. So in turn, I'm going to play by their rules, but I'm going to push the edge. I'm going to push the content to levels that can be thought-provoking, but not enough to the point where, let's say, it would diminish my standings in the algorithms, or get me shadow banned, or put me in a position where I don't want to be, or put me in a position that would lower my ranks down in YouTube. So of course there has to be a compromisation. Now this is something you guys have to understand in how world diplomacy works. There has to be a certain level of compromisation that you have to deal with people. Okay, I've seen this in all forms of realities, whether that's in the streets with gang members having to work together in historical contexts that they've never worked together or had personal beef or animosity, or even how countries behave with each other with personal beef and animosity. Here's something that I'm going to reveal to you guys that I don't think a lot of content creators out there are revealing, okay? Are you ready for this? I need you to hit the like button because what I'm about to tell you is going to shock you. But first, let me read Marty's comment here. Well, okay, Average Construction Donkey says, I 100% agree with that. Okay, that is in, yes, that is in respect to, you know, agree to disagree. And then Victory says, well, that's not your fault. YouTube has their own standards, and in my opinion, they violate free speech. Okay, you can't even use the word for a small person. They do. Oh, okay, yes, okay. The M word for small people, yes. Ali Khan says, you're up early. Well, let me correct your grammar right there. There's an apostrophe with, you know, okay, but, you know, yes, I am up early. Obviously, it's, you know, after Fajr time, and, you know, obviously, yeah, you fast after Fajr time, and here we are. So I'm glad to be up and early and, you know, doing this work for you guys. Average Construction Donkey says, compromising is very useful until one side doesn't want to or feels the need to. Correct. Very indicative of what's going on in the world of wars that is happening with Israel and Iran right now. Okay, so here's what I'm going to reveal to you guys right now, right? Give me one more like on the thing right now, and then I'm going to tell you something that a lot of people are not going to tell you. He says some people don't have the ability to average. It's like it's impossible for some to admit they're wrong. Correct. Because a lot of it is tied to their ego. Now look, for me, I don't have an ego of being right or wrong, and I never have. Okay, my ego is attached to something else. My ego is that I could beat your ass whenever I want to, and if I can't beat your ass, I got other people that will do it for me, and then I will bring a group of people to do it for me, and that's that, and I will absolutely destroy you to the highest degree. That is my ego. My ego is not being right about the UAE situation or the Tel Aviv situation or the Iran situation. If you have an information that is correct where I am wrong, I am willing to accept that. Okay, that is where my ego is at. My ego is being corrected if I'm not correct, and speaking correctly if it is the correct thing to say. And also, you know, being that, you know, I'll beat your ass if you, you know, violate me or, you know, talk bad about me or try to somehow trespass against me in any kind of way. So, okay, let's see. This is what I wanted to tell you guys. Okay, so we got that one like that I requested. Egypt is an ally of the United States, yeah? Not only is Egypt an ally of the United States, they are also allies with the UAE. They are also allies with Saudi Arabia, indicative of the Rico Verhoeven and the Usyk fight that they're going to have in May. But Egypt is also tied with Iran. And right now they are speaking to Iran behind the scenes as sort of the mediator, right? So we often, we often credit Qatar for being the Switzerland of the Middle East, okay? The reality is, right now, it is Egypt that is the, well, the quintessential middle party of the Middle East. They are the neutral party of the Middle East. So they are speaking to Iran behind the scenes while also speaking to the United States, right? So they don't have a particular side on this. So how do I know this? Let me just say that, well, I'm not going to reveal my sources as to how I know that Egypt is talking to Iran behind the scenes. But when you guys hear later on the news or later down in a couple of days from now that Egypt has been talking to Iran, do not be surprised, and just please give me the proper credit of where credit is due when you hear about it, because trust me when I tell you, I'm not lying about this, and this is a verified source to the highest order. So let me read some of your comments right here. And then we're going to get to Professor Jiang. Okay, and he's going to explain why the U.S. is going to lose this war in Iran. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, so one of the many reasons why divorces are so messy, okay, and that is indicative of when people don't want to admit they're wrong, correct. Yes, Ali Khan says, off topic question, but how many times do you train in a week? It's been tough with fasting for me. I mean, obviously, you guys have seen me train while fasting on, on the live stream, right? I do that about maybe, 4 to 5 times a week. I'll go hit the bag, I'll go roll with some people, I'll go spar if there's anyone, available to do so. Yeah, so I still maintain, a certain level of training, even after the fact that, I don't fight anymore or compete, so Victory says, yeah, I've watched you change your opinion of someone making a valid point. Correct. And I think that people should operate in that way, right? But obviously, people like Sean Hannity of Fox News will never do that. You could go to the opposite spectrum of that. Don Lemon, former CNN host, he will never do that. Sean Reyes says, of becoming a Muslim, can clerics arrange 3 wives for me? I feel I can support. Okay, well, he says, and spread the word of the prophet. Okay, well, welcome to the religion, Sean Reyes. I'm assuming you are a Muslim convert, right? Indicative of your Spanish last name, right? Obviously, you probably weren't born a Muslim, but obviously, the religion of Islam is not just tied to people of Arab descent. In fact, Arabs are actually the minority in the Muslim world. In fact, the majority of the Muslim world are people of Central Asia, right? People like Shavkat Rakhmonov, right? People from Kazakhstan, and also people from Indonesia, right? So Average Construction Donkey says, basing an ego off of a singular opinion is primary reason why the world is so divided. Correct. And I hope that I can, change that in some kind of way. And that's why you guys have to uplift me in becoming, the next YouTube star, because that's exactly what I'm going to offer to the world. Objective takes, not just in MMA, but also in the world of politics, inshallah. Right? So, Ali Khan says, Sean, Islam is not about marrying as many women as you can, LOL. Well, Ali Khan, maybe I may have to disagree with you a little bit, right? Yes, it is not the primary reason, but however, it is not haram to do so, because you need to understand that there are more women in the world than there are men, and as a result of that, to leave those women behind will only leave them in a world of sin rather than actually being part of a nucleus family or part of, let's say, a sister wife, a family of some sort, right? I think, yes, I think initially, yes, that's not what it is, but you also cannot allow the West's idea of, let's say, one man, one woman situation to blind you as well. Even if, let's say, another brother has some sort of motivations or ambitions to do this, because you are allowed to have ambitions on things that are halal. So this is halal. You're allowed to have these ambitions, and that's the reality of it. So he says, you can't say M word on YouTube. Apparently not, according to Marty Miller, right? But you just said it right now, and I just didn't, oblige by reading it. So yes, I mean, you're maybe if you say it in a context, in a context that is, let's say, brutally abrasive or unkind in some kind of way, yeah, I would probably take a guess that that would probably be bad. So, he says, you couldn't just a couple of weeks ago. Okay. Bad Boy says, do you smoke seed? Seed? No, I didn't know that you can smoke seed. You probably mean weed, but I will say not at the moment. Shady Records, Shady45 says, only if you can give them all same privileges and support them. Otherwise, stick to one. Correct. That right there is the correct Islamic position on that particular topic. So Victory says, a couple of weeks ago, it wouldn't show up. Okay, I believe that, right? And you also have to understand there's a lot of AI that is going on when it comes to, let's say, YouTube. So as a result of the constant AI that is going on in YouTube, yeah, more than likely, you know, it was probably done by a machine rather than as a person, because that is something that you guys have to understand about YouTube right now, right? It is ran by an AI, not with, you know, an actual human being behind them right now. So, okay, let's get to this topic of Professor Jiang, right? He has predicted that U.S. will lose to Iran. Let's hear this out real quick.
And first-time guest on the show, Professor Zhang. He is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive History. He uses game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, you know, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class, this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change.
How can you keep your music original in 2026? Start with how you create it. Meet Co-Producer. Plug in the prime samples that fit your music fast. Throw Co-Producer on your master and let it listen to your track. It'll analyze harmony, rhythm, and lock to your project's key and tempo. Then it'll give you thousands of human musician-made samples that fit the vibe of your track. Cuts out the scrolling so you can actually spend your time making music. No credits, no limits, just a workflow that keeps you in your zone. This is an AI tool for producers who want to enhance their creativity, not
The global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So, given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack.
So in other words, what the professor is saying here is that there is heavy preparation on the part of Iran, okay? And now, let's take a look at what's going on in the United States, right? In the past couple of years, this is what I've been hearing from U.S. military people, right? And this is not speaking about special forces, okay? We're talking about just conventional forces. Because when it comes to conventional forces, the United States, well, it's not up to par right now. Emily says, my voice is deeper than yours. Well, the reason for that is because you're probably, I'm not even going to say it, but anybody that knows what I'm about to insult you with, they know, and I'm just going to telepathically insult you with those things and let people make up their minds. But there's a reason why your voice is deeper than mine. So that's that. You know what I mean? How about if I was to, he says, do your kids listen to you with that voice? Sure. Yeah. How about this? How about you get sent to the shadow realm, Emily? Right? You're a retard. You're a low IQ idiot. Do you want me to start with this again? How about this? Do your kids listen to you the fact that you don't have $5,000 in your bank account? Number one. On top of that, you have your check engine lights on. Number 2, you got debt high up to the ceiling. Number 3, you got underlying health conditions going on top of the fact that you can't afford them, and you're probably going to die a very painful death as a result of that. Okay, so is that the attention that you were looking for? He says, dashboard lit up like a Christmas tree. There it is. And how about that? What was your kids' Christmas like, Emily? Okay, you poor bastard little thing of a, I don't even want to say it because I'm trying to stick into the guidelines of YouTube. He says, I'm 21 and sure, everyone has this in their bank account. So let's take a look at your profile pic here, okay? So you got 7 subscribers. You started about 4 years ago. You don't have anything going on in your channel. You're saying that you have 77,000 K in your account. And here's the thing, who am I to doubt you? Who am I to doubt you? He says, you're 1 burger away from a heart attack. You're an idiot. Do you realize that you're looking at a camera angle that is not indicative of my athletic ability? Like, do you even watch any of my YouTube live stream sessions? Get this bitch up out of here. You stupid, ugly bitch. Okay, you freaking ugly human piece of trash. Here it is. You're out of this freaking realm. You're out of here. You got sent to the shadow realm. You're an idiot, okay? And number 2, I'm probably in better shape than most people that you've ever ran across in your life. You ugly Neanderthal piece of crap, okay? That is what you are. You're an ugly Neanderthal piece of crap. And here's another thing, okay? I could probably show up at your house and end you. Do you understand that? I would end you. I would end your whole entire existence. I would end everything that you love. You better back up off me, cuz you have no idea who you're talking to. Okay? Ugly bitch. You fucking ugly bitch. I will murder you. You understand? I will end your life. Hey, go find out who this Emily person is. Let's go look her up. Let's go find her information, everything. Okay? Yup, that's how we get down over here. All right, so.
For the proxies, Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias have been able.
Mad Max says, I just subscribed. Thank you, my man. Shout out to you on that.
To really grasp the American mentality, and now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy.
Hey Emily, make another account. Come and talk smack.
The American Empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy, and so they are striking.
Kush says, wow, you can't threaten people. I don't know that person from a can of paint. First of all, nobody's being threatened by anybody. That person was an AI. Haha, yeah, that's an AI. I'm not threatening a real person. You know, how can I even, no, and by the way, that is an AI. I just had somebody look her up, and it's an AI. I'll see you soon, Emily.
The GCC countries, and not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked up the Strait of Hormuz, and eventually they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have a fresh water supply. In fact, the water.
Okay, so that is a very good point that Professor Jiang is bringing up right now. There's not a huge water supply that is going on in the Middle East, right? Especially in the Gulf regions. So as a result of that, what you have is a situation where they can easily attack that infrastructure, and in turn, it's going to make them force the United States to say, hey, you know what? We need to do something about this, right? We need to, you guys need to stop. And we're not going to support you anymore. Recently, here's another update, right? Spain, the Prime Minister of Spain, right? Prime Minister Sanchez, I believe. He said that he does not want the U.S. to launch airstrikes using Spanish airstrips. So there you go, right? You can't use Spanish airstrips. The U.S. would have used Spain as a launching pad to fly their planes from there. Oh, and by the way, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that fighter pilot, that female fighter pilot that was rescued by local Kuwaitis? Right now, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I am not for this war, like most people should not be for this war. But man, this touched my heart. Okay, because this kind of shows you, you know, the humanity that we have as human beings. Okay, this is the humanity that we have as human beings. Let me show you this right here. right? Very interesting photo right here. This is a very interesting photo right here. Look at this.
You're fine? Really? You need something to help you?
Wow, listen, this is like, you know, a Call of Duty type of stuff right here. He says the jets will take off from a Navy ship.
No problem, you're safe. You're safe, you're safe. Everything good? No problem. Thank you for helping us. Everything going perfect?
All right, man. Well, shout outs to
You're fine?
Al Arabiya channel
Really?
on that one right there. That was on March 2nd, which was literally yesterday, right? And look, the aftermath of this. Look, once again, you don't have to be for this war. It doesn't matter what side you're on. But this is beautiful right here. Okay, now this is awesome. Okay, this is awesome right here. This right here is really heartwarming right here. This situation right here. This is great. This is great stuff. Look at this, right? You know what this reminds me of? I'm going to tell you what this particular video, or I'm sorry, this picture reminds me of, right? A verse in the Quran. I'm going to show you what this reminds me of right here, okay? Right here. This is what it reminds me of right here. Okay, wait, no. Where is that verse? Okay, verse, Surah Al-Jurat, okay, 1 to 18. This right here. Wait, where is that? No, hold on. Traitors. Mad Max says traitors. Are you saying that about Spain, specifically? This is what it reminds me of. Okay, so once again, I'm going to show you this picture once again. Okay, and then this is what it reminds me of right here. This particular verse. Okay, it says, O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and made you into peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Indeed, Allah is knowing and acquainted. So there it is, right? That right there is a beautiful verse right there that sort of remind. And by the way, look, I know that obviously she's a U.S. Fighter pilot. I get that, but at the same time, man, it's kind of heart touching. You know what I mean? Yes. So Mad Max says they're traitors. Okay, back to Professor Jiang on this one.
Desalination plants provide 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks.
Oh, you're saying those guys taking a selfie with the pilot. Oh, okay, gotcha. I know what you mean. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center.
So you got to understand, right? The United States is doing a lot of business with the UAE, right? And one of the many economies that, well, yeah, they have is, Amazon, right? So you better believe that when it comes to war, economy is an important aspect of that warfare, right? Attacking its infrastructure, right? Weakening those infrastructures. Also, you got to take into consideration the terrorist attacks that could come with this. Mark Green says, "Are you Muslim?" Yes, I am, brother. I'm very much so and proud of it. Let me know if you are as well, or if you are just curious of that notion or what brought up that question. Regardless, so.
The center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also want to talk to you about munitions. We could put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is
U.S. races to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. Wow. Okay. So, all right, this is interesting. Foss says, why don't people in Western countries talk about their own problems, like Epstein files and powerful people involved, as much as they talk about Iranian women? Well, here's the thing, right? I need you to understand it. When it comes to warfare, right, it is often that they use women as a tool, right? I've seen it in the streets, right? They use women as a tool of, let's say, setting up people, or, lining someone up or making somebody go to a hotel room. Next thing you know, 10 guys show up there. Same thing that the CIA does, right? Well, also, you got to understand, when it comes to the consumer world, women are top consumers more than men ever are, right? In fact, the majority of the things that are out in the market, right, whether it's clothes or whether it's shopping or whether it's housing items, such as cooking utensils, are geared towards women, right? And they are top consumers. So that could mean a whole wide range of things for different sociological reasons or psychological reasons or physiological reasons within the difference between men and women. So whatever those variations are, they're going to use that as a way of exploiting that. And also, you need to understand that when they're talking about women in Iran, guess what? The majority of American women have to get behind this war as well, right? So when they hear that, women are being attacked or, being oppressed or this, that, and the other, or being made to put a burqa, out of, that's not their choice, obviously it's going to create a certain feeling and a certain, sentiment behind that, right? So that is their main reason for that, is to try and, and manipulate that situation. So that's something you have to understand, right? Also, think of it like this. Remember when they attacked Nigeria? What happened when they attacked Nigeria? Well, what happened was that they had decided they were going to use Nicki Minaj, out of all people, right? Now, look, do men listen to Nicki Minaj? Sure. If you're a low IQ simp, sure, you listen to Nicki Minaj. But the majority of people that listen to Nicki Minaj, believe it or not, are white women. So if Nicki Minaj is saying that, listen, we need to go and do something to help the people of, let's say, Nigeria, you better believe that there's going to be women that are going to rise up in arms and, support Trump in that particular matter. And by the way, that's sort of strategic on Trump's part to do that. So that is why, right? They will always talk, oh, women this or this, that, and the other. That's just what they do. That is what they do. They try and use the women as a way of, let's say, catapulting their own, political agendas. And they've always done that. Even in the Muslim side of things, right? Do you not think that we also use Western women as a way of, let's say, degrading, the Western powers or the Western enemy? They do that same exact thing. In fact, let me tell you, do you know where belly dancing came from? Right? Belly dancing came from European slave women that were captured by the Ottoman soldiers and made as their personal harem. Turkey, yes, Brad Pitbull is absolutely correct about that. That is where it came from. Okay, so for the same way that Western countries have used women as a way of, let's say, targeting their enemies, in the same very similar fashion that they've also done that to, to the other side. Also, I had a buddy of mine, right? Was a Marine. His father was a Marine. His father's father was a Marine. He came from one of those families. Well, anyways, he told me that when his uncle served in Vietnam, he told me that the Vietnamese ladies would put, guess what, razors in their private parts so that when they, with American soldiers, I don't even want to, speak on the viciousness that comes with that. It just sounded, really horrible and vicious, as it sounded, but it made a lot of sense, right? It was like, okay, that is what the North Vietnamese did to try and, attract these, American GIs and set them up. And I'm like thinking, well, this sounds no different than what I see in the world of gang banging in the streets or some gangster, thuggery that goes on an everyday basis. So that hurts to think of. Yeah, that hurts to think about that. And you know what I'm talking about. And I'm not even being explicit about it. I'm not even giving you word for word, what is going on. Mark Green says, do you support Islamic fundamentalists in Iran? No, I don't. Not whatsoever. By the way, if you can't tell, I'm a Sunni, right? So I'm probably more in favor of the Arab Gulf states with a Sunni majority than I am with Iran. So obviously I'm pro UAE, I'm pro Saudi Arabia, and I'm pro United States. That is my stance on that, and it's great, right? Americans, Emiratis, and the Saudis, they bring good fighting. Good fighting sports together, right? And I happen to love fighting sports. This is a fighting sports channel more than it is a political channel, although the political side of things seems to really do well for me, right? Look at this. There's like 26 people in here, about, 38 people, in concurrent high numbers. So, it does pretty good numbers. And Charlie Kirk's assassination was actually my biggest content that I've done so far in terms of live streams. So, I am sort of gearing towards the political side of things as well. I mean, I cover the fights, but I also cover the the political aspects of geopolitics, international politics, and also domestic politics that go on in California, whether that's municipal or gang politics that goes on in this part of the world. So, I have a wide range of things that I cover, but yes, to answer your question, long story short, no, I do not support the Islamic fundamentalists of Iran. Now, I think what you probably want to ask is, do I support a certain level of Islamic fundamentalism, right? And the answer, quite frankly, is yes, I do. I do believe that, as a Muslim, you have to live a certain way. You have to live a very conservative life. You have to refrain from, what is evil and enjoy what is good. And those are the things that I fundamentally believe as a Muslim. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue on with the show, but I'm going to take you guys on the road with me. This is why I usually like to live stream on the phone, because I can easily take you guys with me if I have to go on the road and do some things. So obviously I have some things to do, but I will take you guys on the road with me. Listen to Professor Jiang and what he has to say about this, and I will see you guys on the road where the show is going to continue. But yes, Mark Green says your perspective on the current events are important to hear. Thank you, my man. Human Made says, to be honest, I enjoy the MMA content more. Okay, that's perfectly fine, Human Made. Yes, in between, while we talk about why the U.S. is going to lose this war in Iran, we can also talk about why I think Charles Oliveira is going to lose this fight with Max Holloway. So there you go. Behind the camera says, hail Iran. Okay. Maybe you're a Shia or maybe you are a communist, right? Oftentimes Iran seems to support a lot of, communism. Fa86 says, Inshallah, on the day of judgment, I will stand on Allah and hold the Muslim nations accountable for their actions. Okay, interesting comment. Is that in reference to the Gulf Arab states? Okay, behind the camera says, I am Sunni. Okay, here we go.
Targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which missed. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So here in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II. It was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build. And that's what the American air defense system is basically. And that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones. And it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire US dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore.
And it works?
Oh, like you wouldn't believe it. My team puts in their availability, I click auto schedule, and boom, there it goes. No more Excel, no more phone calls, no more group chats. Oh, perfect schedule, like that.
Damn, so all you gotta do is post it.
Yeah, my team loves that it's just one app, so they see their shifts, they can approve it, and I know it's covered.
But wait, what if there's like a last minute change? I mean, that's the afternoon gone, right?
So in that case, I just blast a shift for my team to claim. Everyone sees it, and I just assign the first one to pick it up. It literally takes 2 minutes. I'm telling you, it's all in the app. So they clock in, I can see who's working, who's late in real time, and their hours go straight to their timesheets, so I don't have to do anything.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed to say, I used to spend 3 days prepping timesheets for payroll. Now it takes, half a day tops?
All right, guys. We're going to take this show on the road with us. Okay, so behind the camera says, I'm Sunni. I am from Bangladesh. Okay, shout outs to you. What part of Bangladesh? Sorry, a little false alarm there. Actually, I don't have to head out anywhere, so okay, we will continue the show on the studio. He says, yeah, your perspective on the current events are important, are important more. Okay, you removed my comment. Which comment is that? Which comment did I remove specifically? Let me know which particular comment is that I removed. Look, you got to remember, right? I don't remove, the comments, per se, because you also have to remember, there's an aspect of AI that goes on in YouTube, right? Totally nothing that I can do or nothing that I can, do about. So, yeah, you're gonna have to write that comment, once again, and write it in a different way. So, yeah, let me know what that comment was, or at least if it's a bannable comment, let me know what is that indicative of. All right, guys, we're gonna start the show again. All right. All right. Oops. Sorry about that. Okay, he says, just said there is nothing to do with Shia or Sunni. I'll stand whoever stands against Zionists. Oh, okay, so that's what you wrote. Okay. Yeah, I can see how volatile that particular comment can be. Yeah, I can definitely see how volatile that comment is. Yeah, for sure they're going to erase that particular comment. Okay, sorry guys, false alarm. Let's continue on right here.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility, and he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up...
He says, where are you from? I live in Sacramento, California, to be exact, my man.
Invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone.
Right, so everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being pounded right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either...
Okay, so you understand how serious that is, right? He said that you cannot have regime change through the sky. You need ground troops, okay? And that is a problem. That is a problem. The majority of Americans are fat. The majority of Americans are out of shape, okay? I'm a 40-year-old man, but I'm in way better shape than the majority of young guys, and you probably are going to scoff at that, considering the fact that, this camera angle lies to you, but believe me, I am in perfectly athletic shape. On top of that, look, this other idiot earlier, Emily, came in here saying, oh, you're like one burger away from, a heart attack. Look at this. I'm lean. I literally have no fat literally no fat in my body whatsoever. I'm lean. I'm a freaking athlete. Okay, I'm 6 feet tall and all of that. Look, guys, the majority of Americans are fat, okay? The majority of Americans can't run. The majority of Americans can't do pull-ups. The majority of, he says, at behind, what's so funny? Yeah, what is so funny about that? What is so funny about that? I don't know, but, you know, go easy on him. He's a Muslim, so anyways, yeah. How are you going to have ground troops? Okay, you can't expect special forces to go do everything.
The Americans bribed the Iranians to see.
He says, at Kyrie, they not blind, they just stupid. We know who and what you're about. Yeah, but, you know, I can't help but, you know, respond back. You know, I'm a very combative person. So being an extremely combative person, it's just natural. I'm going to, yeah, talk back and say something. So
These, and this is like $5 to indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. But remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government, trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM.
that's also why they brought in the UFC. That's also the reason why they brought in boxing. That's also the reason why they brought in Riyadh season, right? So that is what they are trying to do. They are trying to diversify their economic prosperity, and in hopes of that, trying to create a new economy. Now, interestingly enough, they bring up the oil situation, right? Will Saudi Arabia somehow reap the benefits of, let's say, stealing oil from Iran? Well, we're going to have to wait and see.
And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us understand, because it still feels to me like there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had, in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass, up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, saying, this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that...
You hear that? So all the military experts are saying that they're not ready for this, okay? They are not ready for this at all. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you is that Trump is an arrogant man. He believes that, you know what? I'm just going to go along with this anyway. I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. I'm going to do what I want regardless. And yeah, he's walking in here with blind power, right? Just blind power. He has the power to move the United States, but he's completely blind. And I think that Trump is, look, I'm going to tell you why I don't trust older people as leaders, okay? You see, in the Middle East, the majority of the leaders are young, okay? Mohammed bin Salman, he's my age. Mohammed al-Shara, the leader and former Al-Qaeda commander who became, the president of Syria, he's young. He's my age. Turkey al-Sheikh, he's young. He's my age. I mean, not exactly my age, but within that same demographic, okay? So we have a young leadership in the Middle East. And let me tell you why that's important. You see, you notice in the Middle East and in Saudi Arabia in particular, the leadership is young, so they think for the future. Trump does not think for the future. He's 80 years old, okay? He doesn't think for the future. He thinks of right now. He only thinks about the UFC fights that's going to happen in the White House. And as a result of having a fight at the White House, now that all of this is going on, you could face a real serious security threat. I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? Yeah, shout outs to eTube. He says, you think Trump is blind? Yes, I think he's blind. He says the Ayatollah was over 90 years old. Correct. But when I say the Middle East, I did not add Iran into it because, they really are no different than America, to be quite honest with you, right? I mean, think about the reasons of the Sean Hannity talking points that they have going on with Iran. Oh, they're an oppressive regime. They're a dictatorship. One can argue that Trump is a dictator, although the limits and the checks and balances that we have in the United States sort of prevents him. But then there are some situations where he overpasses them in some kind of way. And there's nothing that you can really do about that. He says, really, I didn't know that. What didn't you know, Tony? The age of the Ayatollah being 90, or you didn't know that the Gulf Arab states have a young leadership in terms of Saudi Arabia and maybe even the UAE and things of that nature. He says 77 million people forced to vote. What do you mean by that, forced to vote? Let me know what you mean by that. Hate Love says Trump is a pedo and a murderer. Yes, he is blind. Okay, in that sense, he is, right? He's blind because, number one, how many American troops died so far? They said 3. I doubt that number. Okay, now I don't have a definitive proof of that number. Then again, neither do you. You don't have proof of whether they actually have 3 people that died or more people that died. I'm willing to guess there's more, right? Because the way that Iran is attacking right now, right? The way that they're going after U.S. military ships and fleets, it looks like a whole lot more than just 3 people that died. And that's just my strong and honest, humble opinion on that particular matter, right? I think it's more. I honestly think it's more, but once again, you never know. You never know. He says, I don't know about young leaders. Okay, yes, because you have to understand, right? We produce more babies in the Middle East than you do in the United States, right? So ultimately, by just process of elimination alone, we are going to have, younger leaderships, right? People die every day. Get over yourself. Are you talking about the American troops dying? Because here's the thing, right? It's easy for you to say that, especially when you don't have family members that are in the military. It's easy for you to say that when it's not you that's dealing with it, okay? And it's also easy for you to say when you are not being affected by the bombings, whether it's in Palestine, Dubai, or Iran, right? So it's a very easy thing to say, man, people die every day, get over yourself. To a certain extent, you're right. Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something that I think is going to be very controversial right here, okay? I'm going to tell you a story about what happened to me when I was at the gym, okay? E-Man Caswell says, war is hell. No one ever wins. There you go. That right there is a quintessential reality of it. But I want to go back to what Troy Porter here says when he said that people die every day. Get over yourself, right? He's right. He's right about that. I can't disagree with him on that. And I'm going to tell you why I can't disagree with him on that. The reason why I can't disagree with you on that is for the simple fact that we as human beings can only have a bandwidth to care for a limited amount of people, okay? This internet stuff, all of these information that we get at a fast speed that goes from, Tel Aviv all the way to Los Angeles, from Los Angeles all the way to London, from London all the way to South Africa, all of these shared information that we have with each other, this is unusual for humanity. We do not have the human bandwidth to care for everybody. And I'm going to give you a proper example of that when I ran across somebody at the gym, okay? And by the way, I hope you guys are not offended by what I'm about to say right now, okay? Because this is going to offend a lot of people. I'm sorry, but what I'm about to tell you guys will vehemently offend a lot of people. So I hope that you are not offended by this, because I'm only being candid and honest with you with what I'm about to say, all right? So by the way, I want to say this, right? This is no disrespect to the white homies, okay? No disrespect to the non-Muslim white homies. But can we all admit we have a potential to be a little bit racist? Any one of us, right? Any one of us. I remember one time at the gym, this Syrian man, okay? The Syrian man, he had Northern European ginger appearance to him, right? So I didn't know him from a can of paint. He bumps into me in the gym, and I berated him. Okay, I absolutely berated him. I don't know what it was. I get really hyped up in the gym. For those of you that have seen me in my live stream sessions here at the gym, whenever I bring, my phone camera around, I get really hyped up, right? So I berated him for bumping into me. This ginger-looking man who, by the way, I had no idea was a Syrian, right? Not to be mistaken by Sami Zayn, the WWE wrestler, because I know he's a ginger, but I also know that he is of Arab, origins and descent from Syria, and he is also a practicing Muslim himself, right? Just like this gentleman, but I thought he was a white boy. This white boy bumps into me, and I berated him like Tupac did against Bad Boy and Diddy on the Hit 'Em Up track, okay? And mind you, he was clean shaved, so there was no indication that he was a Sunni Arab man whatsoever. Okay, when I saw him with a hijabi woman, I put two and two together and realized, you know what, this was a Sunni Arab Muslim man. And Animal Cohen says, why does color matter? It doesn't matter, right? Obviously, Arabs have, all types of shapes and sizes to them. So, as a result of that, yeah, obviously, it doesn't matter. Look, you're right. Trust me when I tell you, I am driven by ideology, not by race. Let me just put it like that, right? So when I found out that he was a Sunni Arab Syrian man, I immediately apologized in great shame and disgust for myself that I would treat a man this way. Okay, sorry but not sorry. If he was of a certain, religion or a certain group of people that I was not friendly with, I would have followed him home, and the rest with that, right? I would have got off on him in any way that I could. But the fact that he comes from, my tribe, my people, of course, I handled him with kid gloves. It was like, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize, that you were one of us. The point that I'm trying to make is that we don't have enough bandwidth to really care for everybody. That is the God honest truth. This is politically incorrect. A lot of you don't want to hear this, but this is true. We do not have enough bandwidth to care for everybody. Okay? And that is why when people say, you know what, people die every day, why does it matter? Get over yourself. Just like what Troy had said earlier. Okay, that's fine. He says, Kyrie, exactly. That's why we pick and choose our battles. There you go. America is run by child-killing pedos, but you blindly worship them. Okay, you're speaking to this guy, Animal. Okay. Tony says, brothers are to pray shoulder to shoulder so as to not allow the devil a space to get in between them. No, yes, correct. Correct, yes. No, but, are you speaking about the fact that he bumped into me? I mean, look, you got to understand something, right? Are stereotypes real? Do we stereotype people? Look, I'll be honest with you. I got black homies, right? You know, there's a lot of black dudes that I'd be down to ride for, and some black dudes that I would even die for, okay? In the streets or in any type of conflict. But at the same time, if I'm in a certain neighborhood of a certain demographic, you better believe that I'm going to be more on edge than if I was to be in my white suburban home that I, you know, live at right now. Okay? So that's the reality of it. E-Man Caswell says, we are all guilty of feeling prejudice and racist. It comes from not feeling comfortable around people and not feeling accepted. When you get to know people, that changes how you feel. Correct. Now, even if he was not a Syrian Arab man, I think I would have still vehemently, you know, got along with him. Hey, man, I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to do that. Nobody means to do that, you know, but I get it. But at the same time, you know, I get really hyped up when I'm training, because if any of you have ever watched my training sessions, I train like an animal, okay? And I turn into an animal. And when I turn into an animal, there is nothing that is stopping me from saying what I'm going to say, doing what I'm going to do, and becoming as unhinged as possible. Human Made says, the person saying people die every day, get over it, is the first person to call the cops when you assault them. There you go. He says, laughing my ass off, go for it. Dave, what do you mean, go for it? What exactly do you mean by that? Are you talking about that, you know, that I go off on people, or I don't know what you meant by that. You know, give a little bit of some context on what you're saying. There's more space for you to write elaborately to communicate your message properly. So let me read some of these comments above. Animal Con says, America will lose. Have you seen the scoreboard or talked to anyone who lives there? They both say different. Well, in the long run, you got to understand there's a regime change going on, right? That is what America needs to do. Or maybe they'll just leave Iran alone and let them fend for themselves, or let the next Ayatollah come in and then just continue business as usual. But if they want or has an intention to do regime change, you better believe that this is what's going to happen, right? He says, war is a reminder that there is a hell and a judgment to expect and God to fear. Correct. Shit for real. Yup. CMB says, if Troy Boy was to say that around me, I'd slap him silly. Okay, well, I mean, look, there's no reason for that, right? I mean, he feels the way that he feels. That's how he feels. That's just what it is. No harm, no foul, right? But I understand. That is the reason why I had to tell you guys that story about, you know, bumping into someone and berating them only to feel bad after the fact of knowing that he was, you know, a Sunni Syrian Arab man. Because we only have bandwidth for a certain amount of people. You know what I mean? Not to say that I hate other people or anything like that, but, you know, to be honest with you, man, I'm the type of guy that rides for my side. You know what I mean? Whether that's in the streets or whether that's in, you know, other forms of, you know, of loyalty that has to be tested. That's what it is. E-Man Caswell says, war is hell. No one ever wins. Yes. Yeah, so that's what it is. Okay, so more on this professor right here.
It's been talked about for months at this point, and yet Trump still decided to go ahead.
You probably know this print for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at vistaprint.com.
What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what, you know, already appears to be catastrophic actions?
Right, okay. So this is a key question. Why did they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid.
All right, let's hear the three possibilities of why Trump went on with this.
The first is that of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Maduro kidnapping was quick, successful.
So he mentions hubris. This is how crumbling empires behave, he says, right? Is America a crumbling empire? Yes, it is. Do I wish that wasn't the case? Of course. Man, I want America to prosper. I have to live here, right? This is the only life that I know, even though I am a Muslim, and even though I am welcome in any Muslim country there is, by the end of the day, they still are different from the life that I know here, right? And the life that I've established and whatever advantages that I have here that I won't have in other parts of the world. So yes, of course, I want to see America prosper. However, America is a fallen empire, and that is the unfortunate reality of things. And when you are a fallen empire, this is literally how you behave, right? I want to give you a combat sports example of this. Conor McGregor, is he a fighter that has fallen from grace? I think most MMA experts and combat sports experts will say yes, he is. So why is it that he behaves in a way that he does, acting very irrational, acting very, very abrasive, right? Going after people, knocking out old men and the bars. Well, this is indicative of the reality that he is a fighter that is falling from grace and can't get over it. Because he was so high and mighty at one point, especially 10 years ago, to where it was just nothing but a downhill slope from, from the time that he had, won his championship belt all the way to fighting Floyd, and then the downfall of fighting Khabib, and then next thing you know, he fights Donald Cerrone. He was up for a bit, and then after that, he comes and fights Dustin Poirier. Now he's back down, and here we are, right? That is the United States in a nutshell. The United States is Conor McGregor in the latter stages of his career.
And it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military. Okay? So hubris is a factor. And we see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily and he thought he was invincible. Right? And that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this war against Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis.
Tony says Conor McGregor is done, just nature taking its course. Correct. And you know what? He also knows it, right? Now, they were going to match him up with Carlos Prates at the White House. Well, they decided, you know what, we're not going to do that. Also, they can't afford to have Conor McGregor at the White House. Why? Because the UFC is set to lose $30 million in total, okay, just to invest alone in this UFC White House card, right? $30 million. So they need to get that money back. What are they going to do? They're going to have a premium event for Paramount, and they're going to put Conor McGregor. They're going to put Conor McGregor as the headline, and in hopes that they can, obtain some money out of that. So, yeah, you're right. Nature taking its course. Tony says, thank God. It would be a terrible embarrassment. What would be a terrible embarrassment? Fighting at the White House or that would be, right? Because obviously America only turns 250 years old one time in its whole entire existence, right? Next year it's 251. Even if you were to throw another White House card, it would not, totally make sense. You'd probably have to wait for, 275 or something like that. King says, leave America then if you think it's collapsing. I mean, look, that's a very stupid comment. I'm going to address you right now. I'm going to make your monkey ass famous, okay? Just because I'm telling you a reality, okay, it doesn't mean that I like it. It doesn't mean that I wish for that to happen. It doesn't mean that I wish for that to, not change its course. Of course I want it to change course. Do you know where I live? I live in California. Okay, one of the biggest GDPs in the world alone, outside of having its own sovereign country. You understand? I want this to work. I want this to be good. I want California to be great again. I want America to be great again. So this idea that you think I should leave because he says Cali is bankrupt. Well, that's true to a certain extent, right? And here's another thing, right? A lot of you dudes that are from out of state, he says Texas has money and its own bank. Okay, facts. I'm not doubting the greatness of Texas. You know, Texas is a beautiful state. You know, I'm not here to compete with you about whose state is better or this, that, and the other, right? You know, you can have that. If you live in Texas and you guys, and you think that you have a better state, I'm not going to argue with you on that, right? I have my own individual life to lead, and I lead a pretty interesting and beautiful individual life of my own here in California, as I'm sure you do as well in Texas. But what I will say is that, unfortunately, these are just realities of the world that I wish was not true, but it is. He says Iran needs to act right, not just Israel. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, you're right about that. Oil and trading, as well as human rights. Here's the thing, right? We as Americans right now cannot argue about human rights or lecture the world in human rights. Okay, we are not in a position to do that. Absolutely not. Right? Especially with what's going on with ICE. Look, a lot of you guys have this, you know, performative support for, you know, for ICE or this, that, and the other. And he says, women have freedom here. That's a load of crap. I'm going to tell you why that's a load of crap, okay? The only women that have freedom in the United States are women who don't have to work and have their husbands work, okay? The rest of these other women, you know, don't have freedom. You're telling me that women have freedom here? Like, you're telling me women have freedom here, right? Have you ever been to a corporate workplace before? Have you ever met women in a corporate workplace? You think that they're free? These women are slaves. Okay, these women are slaves. The only difference is that they dress it up as, well, you know what, you could be independent and make your own money. Yeah, make your own money when you don't even have $5,000 in your bank account. Some of these women have their check engine lights on. Some of these women have debts high up to the ceiling. And then on top of that, some of them have underlying health issues to which they can't fix because they don't have the proper insurance or the amount of money to help them. He says, I agree. It's stop paying taxes to Israel. Okay, well, there you go, man. I think you and I are agreeing on something here, right? You know what I mean? I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. You must be Tucker Carlson supporter, and if you are, then you are probably more than welcome to this page, right? Not to say that, you know, you have to be for one person or the other, you know, or whatever, but obviously Tucker Carlson is okay. Alex Jones, not Tucker. Okay, well, Tucker Carlson speaks about certain things about certain people that I don't think Alex Jones would say. I think you could agree with that. And, you know, you being a Texas guy, maybe that's sort of your inherent bias of, you know, being an Alex Jones fan, right? For the same reason why I'm a Tupac fan. You know, obviously I'm a California guy. I'm going to like Tupac. You're a Texas guy. You're going to oh, you're in Connecticut. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, Tucker is great, Jelly says. Okay. He says, I appreciate facts. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Tucker loves the CIA. Ooh, okay. Maybe you're onto something with that, right? He does. And probably reason being is because he is a son of a CIA agent, right? And I think that has something to do with it. He said, Tony says, am I blocked? No, I don't think you're blocked. What indicates that? What makes you say that you are blocked, or what? You know, let me know. Yeah, that's unusual. I mean, I didn't block you, so I don't know, man. You know, yeah, you're gonna have to tell me how you were blocked or what had happened there. So, all right, what else here? Okay, let's continue playing this, and then afterwards we're gonna react to the Piers Morgan show. By the way, with former Vice President Pence yesterday, and also a panel of some really interesting people. He says, please check the last few messages. Okay, Iran could be a great country, wonderful ancient culture, science, literature, oil, economy, beautiful people, God help them. Yes, beautiful people indeed. You know, that is one thing I will say about, you know, the Iranians. You know, ooh, okay. Tony, no, you're not blocked. King says, question is why? Because they didn't want a war, or because they did? I think they didn't. Oh, who didn't want a war? Are you talking about Iran, or are you talking about Trump's America in that comment. Let me know.
And Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career, right? So Miriam Adelson, a few months back, said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term.
Kevin Jones says, Kushner, by the way, welcome, Kevin Jones. First time I've seen you here. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. He says, Lutnick, he says, okay, thank you. Salam Ali Kim. Okay. Kevin Jones says, completely controlled. Which one is completely controlled, Kevin Jones? Let me know.
So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways and Trump is forced to use ground troops, he will probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him.
So there it is, right? He's going to get approval from Congress based on, some sort of emergency clause, right? Now, this is where it's going to be a problem. Do you understand Iran has a lot of mountainous regions? They still have a fighting force on top of an insurgency. And by the way, you're going to invite a lot of Shias from around the world to, create an insurgency, right? There are Shias in Nigeria. There are Shias in Pakistan. And by the way, they already tried to shoot at American troops, U.S. Marines in an embassy, right? The U.S. Marines had to, basically, let some rounds off at 20 people, right? So there's a clear hostility that is going on here. Tony says, I'm in the free state of Florida. Okay, Hate Love says, just because we are not in a cage does not mean we are free, in my opinion. That is a quote from David Icke, your fellow countryman in the UK. Is it not, Hate Love? I think that is where I heard that particular speech. Marduk says, free state, haha. He's laughing at that notion that you're saying you live in a free state. Obviously, he tends to disagree with that.
To influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have...
Wow, how about that? If there's a war going on, you can delay elections. So when I first heard that somebody said that Trump wants to have a third term, right? I thought, this is ridiculous. This is never going to happen. You're never going to get a third term. Are you kidding me? And then I realized, you know what? There is something that he can use. There is something that he can do. All right? And that is basically call for war, say that there's a war going on and this and that. Jelly says, West Palm Beach County in Florida own most Israeli war bonds than anywhere in the United States or even in the United States government. Correct. That is why they banned Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, all for playing it. Sneeko is also part of that list, all because they wanted to play a Kanye West song. And you know what that Kanye West song is. By the way, guys, stay tuned because we're going to react to the Piers Morgan uncensored debate. Right, he was talking with Mike Pence, and yeah, we're going to go from there. He says, Andrew Tate folded. You know what? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to have to get back with you on that. I don't want to give a definitive opinion on Andrew Tate, whether he folded on that or not, right? And that is why when that came out, I never was really definitive in, saying one way or the other about Andrew Tate. Kevin Jones says, is this juice box emoji banned on YouTube or not? The juice box? No, it's not. But I think I know what the emoji of what you're trying to convey, right? Juice box, I get it, right? So I kind of understand what you mean in that cryptic language.
Emergency war powers and people rally around the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor that is very important is the eschatological factor, where if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military, they control the the national security apparatus. And these people, there are different names for these people. You can call them Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the 17 Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. You have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following, even though it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative, I think, for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
That last part, I think that last part right there should really alarm a lot of you, right? Now, actually, before we get to the Pierce Morgan stuff, we're going to get to the eschatological reasoning behind this. Remember, he mentioned the Freemasons, he mentioned the Jesuits, he mentioned the Illuminati. These are all important things. Let me show you what I mean, right? So there's this Islamic scholar by the name of Imran Hussein, right? Imran Hussein is very popular amongst end times enthusiasts and people that sort of, deal with that particular side of the religion, right? So he had this to say: the motive behind Israel's strikes on Iran. Let's hear what Imran Hussein had to say about this.
Did you lose a lot of...
Okay, so let's see here. He says, Tiny, you said FL, no tax, your last message, please check. There's a clip of Andrew Tate driving, playing the song way before the club incident. There you go, okay. After the club said, I didn't play that song, okay. So, let's hear what Imran Hussein had to say.
Moment in this talk. I want to share with you my political and spiritual vibration here. And that is that I have come to the conclusion
We are finishing
that Allah gives them staircases of silver and roofs of silver. They fly high until He brings them down. The United States is flying high now because it's about to crash. We are located at that moment in time when a day which is like a month is about to end, and a day which is like a week is about to commence. When it does occur, it will confirm what I'm saying. When Britain became the ruling state in the world, Britain took control of the money of the world, and the sterling pound was the international currency. And then when the United States took over from Britain as the ruling state in the world, the United States could not be the ruling state in the world without it.
All right, so let me preface what he's trying to say here for you guys to understand, right? Britain was once the ruling state of the world. And then after World War II, it became America. When America falls as the ruling state of the world, who is going to rule the world? You know who it is? It's going to be Israel, okay? And that's going to come out of nowhere. It's going to come out of left field because you're probably thinking, well, you know what? Israel has powerful lobbies around the world. They have a lot of influence in Congress, and they have a lot of influence in the American government. But they don't have a lot of power, or they don't have a lot of resources. That is until maybe they go and take up, resources in the Middle East, and then they become the superpower of the world. Patrick says, the U.S. arms Israel. How is that going to work? Well, end times prophecy, my man. At some point, Israel is going to be the ruling state of the world, and this is exactly what he is trying to explain here.
Taking control of the money of the world. And so the US dollar replaced the sterling pound as the international currency. This took place at the Bretton Woods conference, the Bretton Woods Accord in upstate New York. And I'm saying to you, if you look at the world of money, you will see the writing is on the wall. That the Bretton Woods Accord is collapsing. It has already collapsed. And a new international monetary system is around the corner, in which the US dollar will disappear. And when the US dollar crashes, the American economy will crash with it. Flying high, the Dow Jones flying high. I want to suggest to you that the September 11 attack on America bears an uncanny similarity to the attack of the summer of 9.
Hey, Love, I think King is responding to the gentleman, Patrick, when he's saying that this is a lie, when he's saying who is God and this and that and all these blasphemous things that he's saying. King says Trump never said he would stop elections. Ukraine did that, and Zelensky. Correct, man. I mean, you know, they say that they're, you know, trying to impose democracy on the world or this and that. I mean, that's, you know, an absolute farce right there. You know, if anybody has ever seen one. So, yeah. Anyways, all right, here.
1914. And that the events which are now unfolding in the world, the attack on Afghanistan, the attack on Iraq, the new American imperium that is taking over the world, are all meant to serve one mission: to pave the way for the state of Israel to wage a big war. And as a consequence of that big war that Israel is going to wage, the territory of the state of Israel is going to dramatically expand to encompass the biblical frontiers of Israel, of the Holy Land. Bible says, from the river of Egypt to the river Euphrates.
My goal for the year is working faster while still sounding like me. So I'm going to pick a random spot in the globe.
That's not true. The Quran proves that that is false. The Holy Land does not exist. From the river of Egypt to the river Euphrates, that is false. But it's there in the Bible. They put it in. And so Israel has to wage a big war which will dramatically expand the territory of the state so that Israel will control the Suez Canal tomorrow. And Israel will control the oil of the Gulf tomorrow. And there will be a concomitant attack on the US dollar. And the US dollar collapses, and when it collapses, it'll bring down the whole world of paper money with it. This is our lecture on Islam and the international monetary system. When Israel wages that big war, I expect that Israel will unleash weapons of warfare we've never seen before.
I need you to keep in mind, when he made this speech, this was probably in 2011, maybe even before that, but I could tell you this speech did not take place in the modern time, okay? And everything that he's saying about Israel is spot on with what's going on right now. I need you to pay attention to this.
And at the end of it, Israel will take over from the United States as the new rulings.
And there it is. I need you guys to understand, at some point, the United States will be replaced as a ruling superpower by who? By Israel. Okay? I need you to understand that. Israel will stab the United States in the back at some point. And I need you to understand that's the reality. He says Trump is awake, you're blind, good to know, just ignore you. Okay. He says, even a broken clock is correct twice a day, Tony said. And that is in reference to what exactly, Tony?
State in the world. But Israel cannot wage that war while still there are any significant obstacles in the way. And now put on your thinking caps. Which is the most significant obstacle? which still stands in the way of Israel waging her big war? Is it a man named Osama bin Laden and his men hiding in caves in Afghanistan? Is it that blue-eyed stooge of the Yankee, a man named Saddam Hussein? Are they significant obstacles in the path of Israel? Is it Taliban in Afghanistan? Wake up. None of these are significant obstacles in the path of Israel. Israel has one major obstacle in its way that must be removed before Israel can wage that big war. And it is Pakistan's nuclear weapons capacity. And coupled with that is Iran's missile capacity.
And a couple of that is Iran's missiles capacity. So you heard that? He said, this is what he said. This is like 2008 to 2011 he made this speech, right? He said that in order for Israel to take over as a superpower, they need to get rid of Iran, who has missile capabilities, which we've seen. Keep in mind, this is 2008, okay? They have those missile capabilities, and they've shown exactly what they could do in the past couple of days.
And so all the hullabaloo we're going through now, all the maneuverings on the chessboard of the world, are all intended to culminate with the destruction of Pakistan's nuclear capacity. That is around the corner. That's about to take place.
That is around the corner, and that around the corner is literally right now. It is right now that is happening. So there it is. He says, Tony says, speak for yourself. I said no such thing. My faith is in God, not in Trump, nor any other man. Okay, that's a reasonable position to take.
When Israel wages that big war and replaces the United States as a ruling state in the world, the first ruling state was Britain. The second ruling state was the United States. The third and the last would be this imposter, State of Israel. I am suggesting to you that Dajjal, or the Antichrist, would now have completed stage 2, a day which is like a month, and would be commencing stage 3, a day which is like a week, meaning a much shorter period of time. It is a
416, to answer your question, I am from Sacramento, California, where we represent. So shout out to you on that. Let me know what part of the world you are from. And also don't forget to like and subscribe. Also hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and send some super chats along the way as well.
This time that terrorism reaches its climax. They not only attacked Sheikh Ahmad Yassin in an act of state terrorism that Washington did not see. They have now attacked and killed.
Shout out to everybody from Toronto, Canada. Shout out to you from Toronto, Canada.
Abdulaziz Rantisi. And they have declared that they're going to continue killing all those who dare to lift their hands against the state of Israel. This is the biggest terrorist of all in the world, the state of Israel. But CNN will never tell you that.
Yeah, Meow, you're an idiot. You know, first of all, you're a low IQ idiot. What exactly are you going to send to the FBI just to waste their time? Just to waste their time for, you know, for what reason? Because I'm covering a news incident. That's what you're gonna send me to the FBI for? Man, get out of here. You know, you're worse than a snitch. You're a snitch that doesn't even have any type of evidence to even snitch about. Like, go die in your own rage, bro.
When Israel becomes the ruling state in the world, it is at that time that Muslims and Black Christian Africa, these two are brothers with each other. Black Christian Africa, Black Christian Africa opened their arms to Muslims when we were being persecuted, when war on Islam was being waged in the lifetime of Nabi Muhammad alayhi salatu. And a Christian king, a Black Christian king in Africa protected us. I will never send them back to you, he said. And he looked at Islam and he looked at Christianity.
This makes a lot of sense if you think about it, right? One of the biggest allies for Muslims, at least even in the streets, right, are people of Black Christian heritage. You know, Mautua asks, how will Iran win? They're going to win through attrition. They're going to win through bleeding out the resources of the United States. They're going to win through insurgency. And not only that, they're also going to win by just the sheer force of reality that the United States' dollars are collapsing. He says, but nobody beating the U.S. I mean, bro, do you realize Afghanistan was a failure for the United States? Do you realize that? Do you realize that Iraq was also a failure for the United States? Okay, so I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, I think that you need to stop listening to Sean Hannity and Fox News and, you know, look at, you know, other news sources to understand, you know, a better perspective. Israel says, King says Israel had to empty Somalia and all the surrounding areas of troop-aged men before they could do this. Jeffrey Turnelman says, if you had one opportunity, what did he say here? Oh, yeah, that's a stupid question right there. Jeff Turnelman, you're up out of here. Vance says, Venezuelan people are happier and people of Iran are happier. He says, Kyrie, no need to read. Okay, I trust you. He says, I don't think Trump might have known before, though, which I don't like. Okay, back to Iran Hussein here.
And he said, that which divides us from you is no more than this line in the sand. The Negus of Abyssinia. So too it was at that time.
He says, hey, whatever, you're a know-it-all and a bit of a smarty pants. Correct. That's why that's why I tasked him to be my moderator. So there you go. He is a know-it-all. No, hate, love. Listen, fight him on that notion, okay? You are a know-it-all. And you are my know-it-all. So there it is, man. He says, and the Iranian Navy is at the bottom of the ocean.
So too again it is to...
That's true. That's true. They are. But that's not where this war ends. No, hey, love, you didn't need to, erase that. He is right, though, man. I think that the, Iranian Navy got taken out. So, yeah, I don't think you needed to delete that comment. Yeah, he is right. The Iranian Navy did get taken out.
The major attacks that Israel will launch will be on Muslims and Black Christian Africans. The Prophet said that a man will pass by a grave and would roll on the grave.
Yeah, that part of Vance Pool, I don't know about their Air Force, though. For sure, the Navy. I don't know about their Air Force, just to be honest. But if you can confirm that as as a certain source, I would welcome that. I would welcome to check that out, Vance. Let me know if there's any particular news sources that cite their Air Force being obliterated. Ali Khamenei disconnected from the dollar in 2017. Shout out to Javier Acevedo. Shout out to Javier Acevedo, my man.
and would say, I wish I were in the grave rather than the dead man, because of biting, relentless oppression. But it will not last forever. The Dajjal or the Antichrist would be born. He would grow up. He would become the ruler of the state of Israel. He would rule the world from Jerusalem the way George Bush is ruling from Washington. I expect this within the next 50 years or so, but Allah knows best.
Maybe even sooner now that all of these things are happening. Tony said the U.S. Navy is the largest military force in the world. Facts, yes.
It's going to be a horrible 50 years ahead of us. Horrible. And then he will declare, I am the Messiah. And the Jews will accept him as the Messiah. And then he rub his hands and say, mission accomplished. It is at that time that the Son of Mary will now come back, not before.
The Son of Mary, meaning that Jesus Christ will return. You guys would love to hear this, especially some of the Christians. You need to hear this. He says, but nowhere near the strongest. They could not win Iraq or Iran, and you're still fighting people with no military. And you're still... Well, all right, so hate love. Here's the thing, right? The U.S. Navy, with the exception of Navy SEALs, okay, wasn't really particularly in use of Iraq because there wasn't enough sea out there for them, other than, of course, just deploying people, you know, left and right out of there. But that's, yeah, really about it. But, yeah, he says, yeah, Owen, it's getting interesting now. Yes, it is. Correct. Foresight, wrong time frame. Okay.
Jesus.
Javier Acevedo says Ali Khamenei was one of the only ones who went full on dollarization, but Beijing never fulfilled the promise of food, so Iranian merchants could never buy enough food because Brazil never provided. Tony says, hate, it ain't over till it's over. That also goes for both sides as well.
Cannot return until the Antichrist has completed his mission. The Christians of this country would do well if they would come to Islam so that Muslims can explain to them the subject of the Antichrist as it has been explained to them today, as never before explained to them. Jesus cannot return until the Antichrist has completed his mission. The Antichrist has completed almost 2/3 of his mission, but there's 1/3 still remaining. At that time, the Son of Mary comes down, and the true Messiah now kills the false Messiah. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will destroy Gog and Magog, and that's our next lecture, inshallah. And then said the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, just listen to these two hadiths and we'll be finished. He said, when you see the black flags coming from the direction of Khurasan, Afghanistan is part of Khurasan. He said, go and join that army. These are two hadiths combined here. Go and join that army. Even if you have to crawl over ice. These are his words. Go and join that army. Even if you have to crawl over ice. Because no one will be able to stop that army until it reaches Jerusalem. And so go back home today with joy in your hearts, even while there are tears in your eyes for the immense suffering through which we're going. Go back home with joy in your heart. The day is a tomorrow which is coming, in which a Muslim army will liberate the Holy Land. The Prophet said, لَتُقَاتِلُنَّ الْيَهُودِ you will most certainly fight the Jews. That's clear. Look at what they're doing today. And you will kill them. You will be victorious. These are his words. حتى يقول الحجر, at that time even the stones will speak. يا مسلم, هذا يهودي ورائي, there's a Jew hiding behind me. فتعال فاقتل, so come and kill him. Not all. Those who are fighting us in the Holy Land, those who are waging war, those who engage in a mountain of wickedness and oppression and godlessness unprecedented in history, go and kill them. So the Holy Land would be liberated. And then the Islamic State, the holy state of Israel, of David and Solomon, will now be restored in the Holy Land. And that holy Israel will become the ruling state in the world. And the Son of Mary will now rule the world from Jerusalem with a rule which will be eternal. And the religion of Abraham, the true religion of Abraham, would rule the world from the Holy Land.
I have a 134 IQ. I make less.
Forces of the United States, Israel's unleashed.
All right, now let's get to the main event of the evening. Obviously, it's the Piers Morgan and the Mike Pence panel going on right here. So here we go.
Its armed forces to take the fight really to the heart of terrorism, the mullahs in Tehran.
It is astounding to me that somebody like Mike Pence or so many other people who, as though none force,
whatever your view of the US-Israeli attack on Iran, it's a moment of history which will...
King Louis says, I subscribe. Thank you, my man. Thank you, and I appreciate that support from you.
Forever reshape the Middle East. Whether the new world is a better, safer place, we don't know. That's the reality of war. There's a lot we don't know, and it sets off deadly chain reactions which cannot be controlled. The Ayatollah is dead, and nobody should mourn a murderous dictator who presided for decades over state-sponsored terrorism across the world. But we don't know if his replacement will be as bad or perhaps even worse. President Trump says Iranian dissidents should take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sweep into power, but we don't know how they're supposed to do that. The civilian protesters don't have the guns. President Trump says the war should last up to 4 weeks. There's Iranian bombs rained down on Gulf states who did not want to.
I mean, that is a weird prediction for Donald Trump to say that, hey, you know, we're going to end this war in 4 weeks' time. You know what they said about Iraq in 2003? They were going to end the war in, I don't know, like a couple of days. And how did that turn out? A couple of decades later.
We don't know if it can be contained. US allies in the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and elsewhere.
Tony says, hey, the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Spanish-American War, 1889, World War II, Korean, police action, Afghanistan, Iraq, and now Iran. Hate Love says, how did they win Iraq? No, bro, next, just go away or bye-bye. Okay, little fights right here in the chat. He says, Tony, in your own words, you said, I'm a know-it-all and I'm always right, so don't argue. Well, there it is, right? You are a know-it-all. That's why I picked you as my moderator, because you know it all, right? So if I don't know anything, guess what? I'm going to go and ask the know-it-all Hate Love, because he knows about hate and he knows about love. That's literally knowing it all. If you know about hate and you know about love, guess what? You know it all. And therefore, that makes you a know-it-all. Trump drops hints ever since Q. Ever since Q. Q what? The QAnon days? Or what are you talking about? He says it's all about gematria and the timeline manufacturing. Moon phases made Trump say that. Okay.
Where may well tell the US that it just can't wash its hands of a regional war it started. And above all, we don't know what the US justification for the war really is. Donald Trump's conversations with individual journalists over the weekend have echoed his shifting position in the weeks leading up to the attack. On the one hand, it's about Iran's nuclear capabilities, which Trump had said were obliterated and said.
All right, facts on that, Tony. Yeah, you're right. Not everyone does know it all, okay? But, you know, he is hate-love, so he knows about hate and love. And if you know about hate and love, you know enough. Fair enough?
Decades only last year. On the other, it's about freedom for Iranians and protection for protesters, which many in his base feel is simply not America's business. It's precisely because we don't know so much, this is an enormous gamble by the American president, by far the biggest across either of his presidencies. Trump's legacy will shortly now be defined by what happens next, just as Tony Blair and George W. Bush are defined by the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. A free and democratic Iran, allied with the West, would be an outcome that eclipses any of Trump's domestic failures or successes. But the same thing applies with equal menace to a regime change that goes the way of US-led regime changes in Afghanistan, Libya, Iraq, and elsewhere. We don't yet know which it will be, and it may not be in America's control. Well, before we debate with my panel, I'm pleased to say I'm joined for the first time on Uncensored by Mike Pence.
Oh, there he is! There he is! Little Trump's, little traitor right there, right? You know what I mean? The dude that left Trump behind, on January 6th. There he is, Mr. Mike Pence. Little snitch rat. You bloody snitch rat. Mike Pence. He left Trump behind, bro. He left Trump hanging on January 6th. But anyways, he says, I've been around 61 years. Oh, damn, man. I didn't know that, Tony. I didn't know you were that old, man. Shout outs to you, OG. Okay, I had no idea. I had no idea you were that old. You were of, within that age. He says, do you play PS5, bro? More of an Xbox guy. I have an Xbox One. I don't even have, the latest Xbox. So, I just play Xbox and that's it. I play GTA on there. He says, Tony, I'm about going to ban you if, and no, dude, come on. Don't go on a banning, rant here. Tony is being, being very respectful. Look, don't ban him if he's, just don't ban him over a debate between you guys. But yeah, anyways, here's the mad rat of a ting, Mike Pence. Here we go.
The 48th Vice President of the United States, who of course served in the first Trump administration. Vice President Pence, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you, Pierce. Thanks for having me on.
Very good to have you, particularly at such a obviously historic moment.
He says, Tony, if I was upset, you would no longer be in here. Okay, fair enough. Javier says the only reason why Saddam lasted as long as he did was the fact that it was a different era. But as soon as the food was more pricier in Iran because of de-dollarization, the Iranian proletariat exploded. Okay. Yeah, thought you played Ark Raiders. You thought I played Ark Raiders. Why would I play that? That's interesting that you would bring that up. CBME says Iran should be very thankful of what Trump and Benjamin are doing for them and the world. Huh, okay, well, that's a bit of a controversial take. Proletariat means working class. Okay, got it.
For the world. First of all, let's cut to the quick here about this attack on Iran. What do you think is the justification, the legal justification in particular, but also the moral justification for Operation Epic Fury?
Well, first, Pierce, if I may, let me just say how proud and impressed I am with the armed forces of the United States, with our Joint Chiefs, with masterful planning that our armed forces have executed flawlessly in the first several days of Operation Epic Fury. Has truly been inspiring. And I also want to give all the credit in the world to President Donald Trump for his bold and decisive action in moving against the Iranian regime.
Pierce Morgan always makes that face, right? One of my favorite Pierce Morgan episodes was when he interviewed Suge Knight, and Suge Knight was just sitting there like, yeah, man, this gay ass nigga Diddy, man, he likes it up the ass. Don't he, Pierce? And then Pierce just looks at him like this because Pierce is friends with P. Diddy as well. So he's like trying to stay neutral. That's like his neutral face, right? That Pierce Morgan has going on. Yeah, gay ass Diddy. He likes it up there. He likes it up his ass and all of that. You know what I'm talking about, Pierce. And then Pierce just like sitting there all like neutral and everything. But yeah, just wanted to kind of bring that up. All right, back to former Vice President Pence.
Unleashing our forces in partnership with our cherished ally Israel and their courageous IDF forces. I think it has been a promising and encouraging first few days. But the real work lies ahead, as you suggest. And I believe, in answer to your question, that the real objective here is to confront a war that started 47 years ago. I mean, the truth is that from the time American hostages were taken in 1979 to the time that 220 Marines fell, 20 more American service members were cut down.
Okay, look, that part I get. I get that part, right? Because all of those things that he mentioned was part of Iran, right? Iran had something to do with that. What I don't understand and what I really vehemently hate is when they bring up the USS Cole bombing. The USS Cole bombing was bombed by Al-Qaeda. It had nothing to do with Iran. And that part I resent when Trump says, oh, the SS Cole bombing, yeah, it was Iran. Iran did it. But it was Al-Qaeda, Mr. President. No. It was Al-Qaeda. Oh, no, I mean Iran.
In a terrorist attack in Beirut sponsored by Iran. Iran has been waging war on the United States, on Israel, on the West for 4.
Hey, shout out to Tony, man. Shout out to you, and thank you for your contribution to the chat, my man.
47 years. Our response has been all along the way, it seems to me, to slice away and the tentacles, whether they be Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, or the insurgents in Iraq. But now, by authorizing this action, President Trump has unleashed the armed forces of the United States. Israel's unleashed its armed forces to take the fight really to the heart of terrorism, which is the mullahs in Tehran, many of whom have been eliminated. But now comes the time where I think we have to see this through and create the conditions where the people of Iran who have longed for freedom and democracy and human rights can reclaim their country.
Now look, that right there is just a regurgitated statement. We don't know if all of Iran really wants a democracy. Okay, first of all, they're trying to bring in Raza in there, right? Who, by the way, was the son of the former Shah of Iran, right? The former, the former king of Iran, right? And so they're talking about a monarchy, but you're talking about a democracy? Brad Pitbull says, we need young leaders. These old folks need to retire. For real. For real. Well, I mean, that's why J.D. Vance, is going to try his luck as, the next president of the United States. But he has to get through Gavin Newsom. And Gavin Newsom is campaigning hard right now, right? Everything that Trump does, notice that he is, trying to rebuttal, everything that Trump, has going on. And that is indicative of the fact that he is trying to put himself in a position to be president one day.
In terms of the legal justification, I mean, that's the kind of moral argument that you've laid out. And there were many people that agree with it. But there are many people that agree, perhaps, that there was a moral argument for taking out the Ayatollah, for example, and for trying to dismantle this regime, but who remain very concerned about the legality of this. We saw that with my country, the UK, who refused to sanction any involvement in this first wave of the attack, and have only belatedly, a day later, sanctioned use of bases because they want to protect British citizens in the Middle East. And many people think that's a pretty weak and pathetic sort of no position, if you like. But in terms of the legality,
Brad Pitbull says, I can't stand the look of these old pink faces.
how would you justify this legally to people who
He
are
said
concerned
pink
about
faces.
that?
Survivors of sexual abuse in more than 60 California youth facilities may qualify to file.
Well, yeah, I never thought I'd miss Tony Blair. Going back to your first point, I mean, look, we've had a special relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States since the end of World War II. I always said it could be defined during my years in Congress and through the White House by a simple...
Javier says, now that Russia can't pay more extremist Islamic kamikaze proxies in the Middle East, the game has changed forever. Wow. Do you really think that Russia is sending extremists and, Islamists at that? I mean, that's quite interesting. I mean, you know what? They do have connections with a lot of Chechens, obviously, right? And Chechens are, have been really prominent during the war on terror, right? They've showed up in Afghanistan to fight for the Taliban. They've showed up in Iraq to fight in the insurgency. So I don't know. I mean, the money of these Chechens traveling all over the world to fight this jihad must have come from somewhere. So, maybe you may not be far off from that. And Russia, well, it would not. I would not hold it past Russia to do something like that if it was to serve their interest.
Simple truth that when we go, the UK goes. And to see Keir Starmer and to see the hemming and hawing and the hesitation, which I'm glad to see now giving way to a recognition with the attack on your base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. It seems that now the Starmer government is waking up to the real widening threat.
Long live Russia, Connor Siller says. And King says, Orange man bad, Russia no good, ass thinking. Hate Love says, U.S. and Israel created Hamas and ISIS and a lot others. Well, that's quite debatable. We don't know if that is a reality. Okay, so Mike Pence here says that Keir Starmer and the UK government are a little hesitant in jumping into this war in Iran. Well, great on the UK. They're actually exercising their sovereign rights as a nation for having their own thoughts and having their own opinions of these particular matters. Same thing with Spain. They said they will not host the United States to launch, planes or any type of military operation within their sovereign country. So that's really what it is, right? It's sovereign countries, operating in their own in their own will. And Mike Pence seems to has a problem with that. He cites that the United States and Great Britain have a relationship with each other. But yeah, he says China now owns Russia for those who know. Really? China now owns Russia. How is that so? He says, I'm half Amish, by the way, psych. Okay. For those who know, you're half Amish. Okay, that's quite interesting. Okay. All right, back to Mike Pence here.
That Iran presents in this moment, but it's been disappointing to see that, but better late than never, right? But in terms of the legal justification, I must tell you, when it comes to international law, it seems like international law for literally generations has been that terrorist organizations and the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world can strike without being hit back directly, but that nations of the West, notably the United States of America, is constrained from striking back directly at them. And I think this is a moment where President Trump, learning that Iran was reconstituting its nuclear program when it's long...
Rinjoy says the American people don't have any fear of the weak man of Asia. Which one is that? Are you talking about a group of people, or are you talking about specifically a particular leader?
Advocated for not only death to America, but for wiping Israel off the map when Iran is developing and maintaining an arsenal of ballistic missiles that threaten Israel and Our other allies.
He says, I mean, the Chinese president and Putin have been in a long standing friendship for years.
Across the Arab world, including Americans, tens of thousands of Americans stationed at U.S. Bases there. It seems to me more than justified, the action in this instance. But again, there's a lot of talk. I saw in one major newspaper over here today that that President Trump had pledged not to start a war. Well, I hold the view that Iran started this war 47 years ago.
I mean, listen, that's a bit of gaslighting there, right? He's saying, well, it is Iran that started this war 47 years ago. Okay, but you have to remember, within those 47 years, you have different people that are running Iran, right? It went from Ahmadinejad to this new guy right now, and then there was people that was running Iran in between that. So it's not really the same Iran all the time. Javier says, follow where the money goes, people. There are North Korean soldiers in Ukraine fighting for Russia. Okay, that is interesting. That is a fact right there, right? See, Javier Acevedo, he knows his stuff, man. I'm curious, man. What is your background? By the way, you know a lot about these particular subjects, matters, and yeah, just curious about your background. You seem like a very educated person, and welcoming for gracing us with your presence and your knowledge. Connor says, has is not real been leveled yet? Is not real? Oh, okay. Is Israel been leveled yet? Sort of, yeah. I mean, they're taking airstrikes right now. They're taking damage right now. Okay. If I could put a combat sports analysis to it, it's kind of like when Max Holloway was, damaging Brian Ortega, right, with the constant jabs and whatnot. So he says, yeah, nice wordplay there. Yeah, that's quite clever there, right? Especially because I know what you mean, and you didn't outright say it in a way that could, be deemed offensive or be put in a radar. So good on you on that. Javier says, Russia invading Ukraine has all to do with what's going on right now in Iran. Okay. Will the U.S. retaliate for the attacks on the embassy? Which embassy? Are you talking about the one in Pakistan, or are you talking about something that has recently happened? If so, let me know what is the reason behind that. King Louis says that the world is a stage. Okay, now what made you say that statement? What makes the world a stage, and what exactly are you referring to? King Louis says, Israel, the one who needs to abide by the nuclear agreement. Javier says Russia was the only compliant defense contractor that could actually fight the U.S. Correct. They would absolutely give America a run for its money for sure. That is absolutely true. Yes.
And President Trump, with the greatest military force on earth, allied with Israel and now a growing number of our allies across the Arab world and in the West, is purposing to finish it. And I believe.
What? Hold up. Victory. Marty, is this recent news? Please confirm. U.S. Embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Please let me know if this is recent news right now, or if I need to break some breaking news right now. U.S. Embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Wow, so Saudi Arabia got hit. Yeah, it happened today. Oh my God, man. Damn it. Oh man. All right. Okay. All right.
I believe that he'll do a great service to history if we see it all the way through and eliminate the ability of this regime to continue to tyrannize the people of Iran.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity, and it's totally transformed the way.
You referenced Tony Blair there, and it's interesting because I think
Victory says Iran attacked with drones, supposedly minor damage, but Americans in the region were advised to shelter in place. Any casualties? Let me know if there's any confirmed casualties, as a result of this victory. Okay, so by the way, listen, What did I tell you? Well, I didn't tell you. I played the Sheikh Imran Hussein video I told you earlier, right? What was some of the capabilities that Iran has going on? It is their long-range missile capabilities, and it's taking place right now. So, man, this is not good, man. This is not good. Especially, look, if you're a combat sports fan, you do not want to hear this, okay? Or if you have family in Saudi Arabia, you do not want to hear this. And obviously, I'm both. I have family in that part of the world, and then on top of that, you know, I'm a combat sports fan, so you know they're going to try and take out. Man, listen, you guys understand that Riyadh is where Islam Makhachev is going to fight Ian Gary, right? This is going to ruin that event. You know, and that's obviously, that is exactly what Iran is trying to do. They are trying to cripple the economy of Saudi Arabia. And man, I got to be honest with you, I'm kind of upset about this. You know, so yeah.
Tony Blair has been the kind of elephant in the room in the thinking of the current UK government about how to respond here.
Okay, so that's a very good point right there. Nunai Business 33, you made a very good point there, my man. Okay, he said there's no casualties because they don't have any way of reporting it. Trump had no right to do this. I agree with you. I agree with you, but now we're in this fight. You know, you're right. You're right. No politician means to send people to war, but yeah, man. He says, stay safe in the Bay Area, brother. I heard they wanted to retaliate. Oh, my God. Silicon Valley. Yeah. That. But they can't reach us, though. You know, that's the West Coast, right? They got to get through the East Coast first. You know, unless, of course, they have some sort of proxies in the Pacific Ocean. Javier says, follow the money. Russia was about to give Saudi Arabia new defense contracts, thus allowing Saudi oil to be priced in yuan because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Huh, okay. Nue says, I don't think their missiles can go that far. Correct, right. You know, so, yeah, Connor, we're safe here in California. Connor is an expat from Ireland, right? He lives out here in San Diego, I believe, right? Very beautiful, you know, part of California. I live in Sacramento, not too far from the Silicon Valley. So, yeah, man, thank you for that information. But yeah, inshallah, I hope that's not the case. Yeah, Javier, that's very good, man. He says, Nunai Business says, I'm a veteran. Nice. What branch? What branch, if you don't mind me asking? He says, what about sleeper cells? Facts. They do have sleeper cells here. The Iranians operate in Latin America, right? So obviously they can easily go from Latin America all the way up to, you know, California. Yes, they absolutely can. Yes. You know, but I tell you what, you know, if they, Navy, okay, shout outs to the Navy. Yeah, man, look, they can have all the sleeper cells they want, but just remember, you know, California is a land of, you know, armed rednecks and gangbangers, along with, you know, a couple of military bases here. So, you know, good luck to that. You know, if Iran wants, that's kind of smoke, you know, so.
Because, as I'm sure you're aware, in the start of this century, in the build-up to the war in Iraq.
Yes, Connor is right about that. They have proxies, and yes, that is something to be concerned about. I'm sure that is what the FBI and the CIA, and in particular Homeland Security, is working hard right now, and also probably cooperating with the local police forces to do that. He says, would you dust off your combat skills? I got one word to say to that. Well, I don't know if it's one word or two. It just depends on how the Arabic language would sort of structure that. But Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. That's what I would say to that. Allahu Akbar. Bring it. That's what I would say.
Tony Blair went against public opinion in the UK, went without a second UN resolution, believed he had the legal authority, used the argument that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and therefore had to be stopped. And then, of course, we know what happened is we went in collectively, US, UK, other allies, there was a ferocious war, there was a ground war, and these weapons simply didn't turn up. So the pretext for the war turned out to not exist. And as a result, people have condemned Tony Blair and George Bush since then, but also the fallout from that, because there was no prior plan.
Texas Tony, my thoughts exactly. There it is. He called them, Mike the Snake. There it is. You know what I'm saying? Bro, listen, he absolutely Judased, Donald Trump during January 6th. Yeah, he absolutely Judased him. So, Nune, have you ever been to 32nd Street Navy Base in San Diego? He says, have you trained a lot in close quarter combat? Of course, yes. Probably more so as a civilian than I did in the military because, well, yeah, there's a lot of shooting ranges out here in California. So, yeah, and the shotgun as well. You know what I'm saying? I've trained a lot with a shotgun as a civilian now. So, yeah, I think close quarter combat is, and here's the thing, right? You know what? Listen, I'm sure a lot of vets do this too, right? They will go in their house and pretend to clear it, like go room to room. You know what I mean? That's close quarter combat. He says, what would be your weapon of choice in close quarter combat? An MP5. I'd go with an MP5 or an M4. And M4s are also great. AR-15s, obviously, they're also great for close quarter combat. But ideally, you would want a shotgun because, one shot, boom, that's all it takes, right? But the only thing, though, is you just got to constantly, reload it. But, one shot of that shotgun, and if there's a group of people that see one of their homies get shot, I mean, you better believe that, you better believe that they're going to, feel the shock and awe of that, He says, I was a military gate guard. Okay, so does that mean you are master of arms? Were you, aka military police, perhaps? Hey, why? Comrade 12, look that up. Comrade 12, look that up. Okay, what is that? He says, I'm heading there now to renew my dibs and service for some generators. Okay, some shotties can hold a crazy amount of ammo. Yes, correct.
Planning that people could really perceive properly was that you saw the rise of ISIS, you saw huge unrest in the region, and so on. And what I think people are concerned about here is that we could be, if we're not careful, stumbling into a similar situation where now the tinderbox has been well and truly let off. No one's quite sure what happens, and that if you don't have any boots on the ground, can you actually affect regime change in the way that Donald Trump would like to? And if you can't affect regime change, what are you left with?
Well, I think you raise a very good point, and it's a cautionary tale. But, where my mind goes, a comparison to the...
Hey, Nunai, business, how old are you, by the way? Just curious.
Overwhelming force that the United States is bringing to bear against Iran now, in concert with our allies in Israel. And as
he says, Kyrie, Connor Sillers is always in Giuliano Argentine's chat when Giuliano is making fun of you, and Connor Sillers just laughs along with Giuliano. He makes fun of me? What does he say? I'm sure he doesn't, say anything bad. He says, JJ, when was Giuliano making fun of Kyrie? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? He barely, the only time that he mentions me is to mention, he functions with my channel, he likes my channel, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he made fun of me, it's probably just out of banter, and plus, he's a member of my members only, so, can't be that bad. He says, only time I've ever seen Kyrie in there was when Kyrie donated $5. Okay.
As I said, a growing number of Arab countries and Western allies, is more analogous to the Persian Gulf War than to...
Yeah, why do you say he's a weirdo? Just curious. He says, Javier says the situation in Iran is a result of Venezuela, Maduro falling. Because now that Venezuela is going down to be in the market, Iranian oil futures are going to go down. Okay.
to the Iraq War. I mean, President George Herbert Walker Bush marshaled an enormous amount of military resources, including allies across the region and across the West. He drove Saddam Hussein's military out, and I think, in a very real sense, restored deterrence for the better part of a decade to that region of the world, until, of course, our nation was struck on 9/11, and with UK at our side, we took the fight to our terrorist enemies in Afghanistan. But I think the objective here, in addition to...
Oh, he says he's going around spewing baseless accusations. That's why he's a weirdo. Really? Towards who, though? You're talking about Giuliano, right? What baseless accusations has he made?
Confronting the bases for this invasion, the administration has described also, we have an opportunity here to restore the deterrence that was squandered during the Biden administration, during that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. I mean,
Okay, so what Mike Pence is talking about when he's saying the deterrence, obviously he felt that the Biden administration had a softer stance on on certain topics, such as Afghanistan. Obviously, the early pullout, the fact that it caused what it caused, and the type of turmoil. He says Giuliano is the homie, JJ is a strange fellow. Okay, so you're talking about two different people. Okay, got it.
I must tell you, Pierce, that I think it's no coincidence that we have this reckless withdrawal from Afghanistan. The Taliban overruns the country, reversing all the gains that we've made for the people in that nation. And then within a year, Russia invades Ukraine. Within a year after that, with Iran supporting them, Hamas launches the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust on October the 7th.
Well, look, to be honest with you, Vice President Mike Pence, I don't know if that is indicative of Iran helping Hamas in any kind of way. I mean, Hamas, yes, are they a funded organization? They are absolutely a funded organization, but to say that it was Iran that has directly funded October 7th, I don't know if there's some reality to that.
Add to that the 12-day war, the use of ballistic missiles by Iran for the first time against Israel. I mean, the region has, since that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan under President Joe Biden, the evil has been emboldened across the world. And today, thanks to the courage of our armed forces, the decision of our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump, the strength and efforts of Israel and our other allies in the region, I think we have an opportunity, if we see it through, to really restore deterrence to the region and set the table, not just for a free and democratic future for the people of Iran, but for the opportunity for a more peaceful future in the wider world.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, that feels more like luck than something you can control. So that's why we made Brain FM. It's like a do not disturb setting for your mind. And it gets you focused in just 5 minutes. Using science and sound, Brain FM guides your brainwaves into an optimal state for productivity called neural phase locking, which lets different parts of your brain work together more easily. Compared to average music, Brain FM actually increases and sustains your focus over time, letting you stay in the zone.
We talked briefly about Keir Starmer and his reluctance to get involved at the first stage as it all went off. It was interesting to me that you had...
Jigga says Israel is kicking major ass. I mean, I don't know about all that, man. I mean, what ass did they actually kick? It was just all the U.S. doing all the work. All the jets that are being flown, they are all American jets. And, any ground assertion, is going to be done by U.S. Special Forces. And Israel is just nowhere to be found but just sitting behind the scenes. But, yeah. He says, hate, love, Connor Sillers, Giuliano, don't just make fun of Kyrie. They also call his they also call his mods butt kissers. Okay, well, I mean, that's a weird thing to say, right? Like, butt kissers. I mean, to what degree are they butt kissers in terms of, like, here's the thing, right? This is something that a lot of you you know, really don't understand, right? Like, you guys think, you know, showing somebody respect is, you know, a sign of being an ass kisser, right? Because here's the reality of it. The reason why, you know, a lot of you say that is because many of you are used to just, you know, people disrespecting each other, saying disrespectful things. I mean, a lot of you come from a very disrespectful culture, right? Oh, if he's talking about Vance, then that would be correct. All right, no comment. No comment. All right, I'm going to switch the subject on that. By the way, Victory, when you asked me, you know, dusting off, you know, combat skills, I want you to remember, I live in California, okay? So, you know, there's real blood and cripping going on over here, so I'm going to leave it at that. You know what I mean? All right, good, you know, subject to change on that particular matter. Vance, shout outs to you, my man.
Prime Minister Khan.
He says, JJ, thank you, but sure, as I have heard anyone say anything to me, but they can say to my face, but thank you for the warning. Okay, JJ said, I had to let you guys know Connor Sillers and Giuliano are very disrespectful to you and your mods behind your backs. I mean, look, as far as I've known about Connor Sillers and Giuliano, he's been, you know, very respectful towards me. You know, he showed me a lot of love. You know, he supports my channel, you know, not only by spirit and by, you know, by actual physical affection, but also through monetary means as well. So, you know, he can't be, you know, that bad, right? He says, JJ and now Connor is coming for you. Okay, that's fine. Javier says, if Russia had invaded Ukraine in 3 days, he would have accepted the Black Sea because Russia has been trapped in the north from the Atlantic trade route for years. He says, well, I don't know Giuliano from a can of paint, so I don't know. Yeah. Giuliano's another content creator as well. He's actually, he's actually one of the members of my channel. MMA Guru personally told him to make a channel. He's an LA guy. He's an LA Italian guy. So, you know, Italians are also another group of people that I get along with very well, right? You know, they're, you know, they also come from that world, if you know what I mean. So, you know what I mean? Italians, I really function well with Italians. So shout outs to the Italians. He says, so he should be your enemy by association. Who? Giuliano? No, man. Yeah, man. I'm very close with Italians, man. No, not an enemy at all. He says, imagine being a grown man going around lives making stuff up to create drama like a high school girl. I mean, yeah. Look, that's what he says. If he's friends with MMA Guru. Oh, okay, got it. Well, you know what? I would consider him a neutral party, right? Because here's the thing. Right? I told you Giuliano is an LA guy, right? He lives in LA, right? So by that proximity alone, MMA Guru knows I'm going to know him because we live in the same state. Tell me why MMA Guru never came to California. Okay? I want you to answer this question right now. Tell me why MMA Guru never went to California. All right, he could easily go see Giuliano in LA. You know, Giuliano is also he's also, I believe, he's worked in some very prominent studios. You know, he was I believe he was a writer for, you know, several TV and movie. So answer that question, right? Why would MMA Guru not come to California? Okay. Because I'll tell you what, Biggie Smalls should have never went to California. He said he's supposed to be going to train at Team Alpha Male this summer. Is that right? Really? No way. You're kidding me, right? You're joking. Who does MMA Guru know in Team Alpha Male? Come on. No, you're joking, right? Yes, he's doing streaming with Faber. Ooh. Okay. All right. Say less. We're gonna get off that subject. Say less. Yes.
Money in Canada and also Albanese in Australia, immediately offering full support to the United States and Israel. You know, neither particularly known as, you know,
he's coming to
conservative
California
leaders,
this summer, so be on the lookout. Yeah.
Support, which made Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK,
all right, never mind. False.
Do that.
Yo, don't Victory. Don't do that, bro. Do not do that. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. Because I'm like, man, listen. You know what? Out of all the American teams, right? That, you know, it's just, he doesn't seem like a team alpha male guy, right? Out of all the American teams that he could go train with, right? Team alpha male, and on top of that, Sacramento. Okay, like, you know what I mean? You've seen me, bro. In a drop of a hat, I could drive anywhere around Sacramento. Okay, and you've seen it on a live stream, so there you go. Mr. Shadow says, if you support Iran, why are you attacking my home, Abu Dhabi? I understand, wait a minute. I understand Iran attack U.S. bases, but why attack Hotel Burj Khalifa? And okay, so the reason why, okay, Mr. Shadows, it's fine. Let him spam on that one. Look, Mr. Shadows, I think the reason why they're attacking Abu Dhabi is because Trump has some hotels there, and obviously Abu Dhabi and the UAE has been enemies with Iran for a long time, indicative of the fact that Iran is a Shia state and the Emiratis and the Saudis are Sunni majority countries, right? So Cryptic Commission says Iran will fall, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, the leadership will fall, but the country itself, I don't know about that. Javier says, I mean, mounting pressure on the Middle East and Venezuela is because Europe needs Russian oil. It's lost because Germany cuts its own access to Russian oil. Okay, Middle East and Venezuela. Okay.
More notable. What is your message to the British Prime Minister about this and the potential precedent that he may have set?
Well, my message to Prime Minister Starmer is that the people of the United...
Notice how he pronounces it, Starmer. It's Starmer. It's Starmer. You got to say it with, you know, a British accent, Starmer. Prime Minister Starmer.
States and the people of the United...
Hey, Mr. Shadow, you live in the UAE, my man. Let me know if you are UAE based.
United Kingdom truly do have an unbreakable bond. Our nation will always be grateful to the people of Great Britain for standing with us and taking the fight to our enemies after 9/11. I visited those bases downrange in Afghanistan, of course, also in Iraq, and there's never a time that I saw the American flag flying without the flag.
Oh, Mr. Shadow, I asked if you have any family in the UAE or if you are UAE based. Yeah, you know, if you have a UAE based or you know, or something like that. Hate Love says, Kyrie, as a UK guy, that impression was spot on. I mean, look, bro, I love the UK, so, you know, I think I think after a while, you know, I'm going to adapt to, you know, understanding that you know, that accent. You know, Bugsy Malone, by the way, is one of my favorite UK rappers from Manchester. Bugsy Malone, yeah. Bugsy Malone, Bugsy Malone. With them with the X, with them with the X. I grew up with some straight maniacs. Yeah, with them with the X, with them with the X. I grew up with some maniacs. Yeah, man, shout out to Bugsy Malone, my favorite rapper in Manchester. He met Conor McGregor at Monaco, right? They did a little photo op together. Yeah, with Conor McGregor. You know, Conor McGregor's a legend. You know, just like I'm a legend. I'm a legend in this British shit. Yeah, I'm a legend in this British rap game. He says half of our military stockpile was given to Ukraine. And I'm not going to read exactly what Connor wrote there. You can read for yourself. But, you know, he combined Israel and Ukraine at the same time. Let me just say that. He says, I got a better Conor McGregor impression than Guru. Of course you do. You're freaking Irish, right? You should you know, absolutely have a better, you know, impression of Conor McGregor than, you know, than that Welsh pig. You know what I mean? That Welsh pig of a thing. Yeah, he's a Welsh pig, a Welsh rat. That's what he is, a Welsh rat of a thing. He says, yes, I live in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, man, shout outs to you and everybody in Abu Dhabi, Mr. Shadows.
The United Kingdom and Great Britain right next to it. And so there's a tremendous bond there. This is a moment, I think, where Prime Minister Starmer should yield to our shared history and not wait for...
You heard that language? He said Starmer, Prime Minister Starmer should, you know, yield to our wishes, okay? Because the British have no sovereign rights of their own, okay? We listen to everything the Americans tell us what to do, yeah? You know, so that's what we're gonna do, innit? If the Americans say jump, we're gonna say how high, innit, bruv? No, they are their own country. And you know what? On top of that, Keir Starmer is already having low approval rates in Great Britain. Why on earth would he have to comply to something that's going to ultimately crash his status as prime minister, right? So of course he's not going to yield to your wishes. He's already becoming unpopular as it is. Javier Acevedo says the reason Iran is attacking U.S. bases after Khomeini dies is the same reason Ukraine war is still going on, but Russia can't back out of Ukraine now even if they wanted to. Correct. That's what it is. LOL. America for the win. Dr. Opp says, well, I hope so. I hope so, but... You know, I got to be honest with you, man. I don't like these choices that America is doing to take up this situation. I don't know. I'm not for it. He says, we literally shout Keir is a wanker in the protests. Most Brits hate him. Keir is a wanker. Keir is a wanker. Wanker, wanker, wanker. Point to the wanker. His name is Keir Starmer. There it is. Buddy says USA, USA. That's right, man. Hey, listen, I got something for that right there. I got something for that. Check this out right here. For all the patriots out there, right? See? What do you think? My little Captain America gear right there. What do you think? Should I, should I just wear this all throughout, the live stream or what? What do you think? There it is, man. USA. There it is. Boosted. Oh, yeah, you're the loser, bro. You know what I mean? You're the loser. I'm the one that's in here with over 90 people around the world, rocking my Captain America gear. And meanwhile, you're over here calling me a loser. Who's the real loser? First of all, let me give you this rundown. Loser, boosted, SRT. Here's what it is, right? Number one, you don't have $5,000 in your bank account. You got your check engine lights on. You got debt high up to the ceiling. You got underlying health issues to which you can't afford because your insurance can't afford it. You don't even have insurance, let alone you don't have anything going on in your life. So boom, you're a loser. I win. I'm the winner. That's it. There it is. Javier Acevedo says Keir Starmer is playing ball with the prince in the Middle East to keep the petrodollar going. Okay, he says, I like Khabib and Oliver. He says, you just solidified that you are a loser. Okay, how is that a loser? He says, $5,000, you are broke. I didn't say that I had only $5,000, you freaking idiot. I said that the majority of people don't even have $5,000 in their bank account, let alone $400. How about that? But anyways, he says, projecting like hell. Projecting what exactly? I don't think you understand the type of lifestyle that I live or what I have going on. Maybe you're new to the live stream, which is okay, but trust me when I tell you, all the OGs in here can vouch and verify that I live a way better life than most of you. So there it is. So whatever. Anyways,
to strike any further at UK interests across the region. Lean in. And set aside whatever concerns and different.
Yeah, drive. Are you saying they drive a Dodge Neon? Okay. He says, Captain, are you broke? Prove it. There it is. He says, European countries pay the U.S. for defense contracts, people. Yes, Dwight, how is that projecting? They just want to say things to feel better about themselves. Remember, the majority of these people just like to feel better about themselves. So, you know, there it is.
As there have been in recent months, and focus on the task at hand, which to me, and I want to emphasize this point, Piers, I think we have to see this through. I think one of the lessons of the Persian Gulf War was that while it did reestablish deterrence for a decade, the truth is that we had to go back.
There it is. There it is. Yes. Okay. He says the camera angle is terrible. Okay. I don't really care what you have to say about that, but all right. That's good. I'll take note of it. How about that, DBs? Okay. How about that? I'll take note of that.
We had to fight again, and Saddam Hussein, because we had not destroyed his ability to tyrannize his own people with his military. His own people were not able to rise up and change the trajectory of Iraq. This is a moment where I think we need to see this.
No, thank you. I think that is, you know, I think that it's important if you are coming at it from, you know, a constructive criticism point of view. So he says, I guess you're not from around here. Listen, you spelled "your" wrong, right? You're supposed to spell it with an apostrophe and R-E, but anyways, yeah, I just giving you a bit of some English lessons here. He says, yeah, Connor, he probably thinks he is so cool online, but in real life hiding in his mom's basement, keyboard warriors. There it is, yep. He says, yes, we're looking at the ceiling mostly. Okay. So maybe this is better, right? That maybe this is better. Maybe the reason why I wanted to, you know, emphasize on the ceiling is probably because, you know, I just wanted to kind of show the paintings that I had going on here. But yeah, you're right. Okay, so too much on the ceiling. Got it. Okay. Will Lose, he says, why are you wearing a fanny pack, you know, inside, bud? Because, I don't know. I just wanted to show off my little Captain America thing. But anyways, yeah. So enough of that. Anyways, what? Yeah. Connor says, thank you, brother. Okay.
Fight through. We need all of our allies in the West with us, including the UK and Germany and France, and of course with Israel at our side.
Hey, shout outs to the devil, right? Says, don't listen to these assholes. Got you. So I suppose I don't listen to these assholes, but I'm going to listen to a guy named the devil. That makes sense, right? Leave him alone. Shout out to you, man. He says, what did Bahrain do? Well, Bahrain is, okay, so you know what Bahrain translates in Arabic, right? It translates this. It translates the beach. Obviously, this is, you know, the Pacific Ocean beach behind me, you know, around Malibu, Venice Beach area, LA. But yeah, Bahrain in Arabic means the beach. So they have a lot of beaches, they have a lot of shores in that part of the Arabian Peninsula. And as such, they host U.S. Fleets in that part of the world, right? There's a lot of U.S. Navy that is deployed there. Says, praise God, Christ loves you. Well, Jesus loves all of us, obviously. Jesus is a Muslim. May peace be upon him and his return. He said, his name says the devil. I could have swore it was Netanyahu. Ooh, bang! There it is. Speaking of Netanyahu, I wanted to show you guys this, right? I wanted to show you guys this. So, you know, Americans, right? Americans break their TV over sports results. This is what Turkish people do. Okay, so to answer your question, Valerie, okay, when I say that Jesus is Muslim, the meaning of Muslim, the Arabic word of it, is the one that submits to God. So yeah, in that sense, Jesus is a Muslim, so there it is. Anyways, back to Mike Pence.
And I think what's most remarkable is that in their desperation,
Javier says you're seeing military budgets around the world, including Japan. Jesus made his own religion, died for its people's sins, according to King Louis. Okay.
Iran is really strengthening the ties between the United States and Israel and other Arab nations across the region by their military strikes in UAE and in Qatar. I mean, this is a community of nations that has long understood that Iran is the greatest threat to peace and security in the region.
Okay, so to answer your question, Titus, the greatest, right? A couple of reasons why I think the U.S. is going to lose. Number one, we don't have the military budget to continue an ongoing war, right? We are at a serious economic shambles right now to where it's going to vehemently affect the people in the United States. And in turn, when it affects the people in the United States, it's going to create a low morale. And that can also include recruiting as well. We already have recruiting issues, right? The only way true regime change can happen in Iran is if you send ground troops there in the way that you did with Iraq. And even with that, it was not a successful turn because the insurgency was so rampant that it caused many of our troops to have PTSD. It caused many of our troops to commit suicide. On top of that, it's going to do even worse for Iran because Iran not only has insurgents, but they have a military force that is far more capable and willing to fight in ways that Saddam Hussein's army was not. Right now, we cannot rely on special forces to take on a whole entire country. But at the same time, you also can't rely on just airstrikes because guess what you're going to do in the process, right? You're going to face a lot of serious challenges here. There's a lot of mountainous regions in Iran, right? So Iran is a combination of Iraq and Afghanistan all rolled into one. He says Delta Force got slaughtered in Somalia. Busta, to answer your Black Hawk Down, those were U.S. Rangers. I don't think they were Delta Forces. I think they were mostly U.S. Army Rangers, but I'm sure Delta Force also had a hand in that operation as well. So
now with yesterday's joint statement and the like, I think we're entering into a whole new season, which if we see it through, may actually mean the Abraham Accords were in fact...
Louder Than Luke says, Reza returns as a Shah, calling it now. I mean, correct. That is exactly what they are trying to do is, basically put him in there. So,
just a down payment.
Stinky Pete says, oh, get real. No, you get real. These are the real realities of it. So he says, this douche don't know a damn thing. Well, how about this? You don't know a damn thing because we're going to get you up out of here. Boom, got sent to the Shadow Realm. We got no time for you. Goodbye. We're on the move.
On a whole new set of relationships and a more peaceful future.
By the way, guys, if you want a full extended, explanation to this from my own words, I need you guys to start from the very beginning, okay, of the stream, because I gave you guys a very elaborative reasons as to why all of this is going on and why this would not help the United States in any kind of way. He's agreed, one odd duck. Okay, there it is. You're out of here. You're put on the Shadow Realm. Boom, you're up out of here, up to the Shadow Realm. Goodbye. We don't need you. You're banned for life. We move on.
Across the wider Arab world.
Don't let AI make full songs for you. Instead, use Co-Producer to help you find unique samples that fit into your music. Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, it definitely seems a massive strategic error, I think, by Iran to go after the Gulf states in the way that they have, pretty indiscriminately, with dropping bombs into hotels in Dubai and so on. I think that is having the opposite effect to what they might have hoped, which would be to try and separate the Gulf states from Israel and the United States.
And look, here's another thing, right? The more that you're attacking, the more that Iran is attacking the UAE and Saudi Arabia, what is going to happen is exactly this, right? The United Arab Emirates, the Saudis, the Bahrainis are going to force the United States, hey, let's pull out of this, okay? This is not worth it. This is not worth it. We want to go on and continue to live our lives. You guys are not the ones that are living in this neighborhood of the Middle East. We have to deal with it. Let's end this war. That's what I think will happen. Fundamental says Iran will fold and submit. Life is too nice out there. People react differently when they have something to lose. Correct. I think wait till Pakistan joins in. They got nukes. Woo, yeah. Yeah. Hopefully they don't use it in Afghanistan, right? If they do, well, maybe that would create some kind of deterrence in some kind of way. He says, I don't know what you mean by that, Skippy, but please don't say stupid. Look, guys, there's a lot more people that are coming in here right now. You start saying stupid things, I'm getting rid of you, okay? That's that. We're not going to have any time for, stupidity here. Dwight says, so to clarify what you're saying, that the U.S. can't economically maintain this war. If so, I disagree. All right, well, let me ask you this, right? Do you have $5,000 in your bank account? Bare minimum. Do you? Do you have your check engine lights on? Do you have debt high up to the ceiling? And also, can you afford your medical insurance? And only you can answer that honestly, because I know the answer to that for most Americans, maybe not you yourself specifically, but for most Americans, that's the reality. So, Force Login says you are delusional. Well, with a name like Force Login, forcing yourself to log in and enforcing yourself to listen to all of this while saying that I'm delusional, okay, that's fine. You have an opinion to your matter. Explain to me why you believe that. Young Base Sega says, if social, economic, emotional toll is what you're measuring, then no war have ever won. All wars is destructive on both sides. You know what? I'm gonna mark your comment right there, young Base, because I think that is important, right? We may not have to agree or disagree on this particular subject, but what you're saying here, especially the latter parts, I think is important right there. Busta says USA Navy base in Bahrain got blown up. Wow. Okay, is this recent, Busta? Heavy casualties? No way. Hold up. Is this recent news right now that you're talking about? Let me know.
States.
He says I got 5K in my Bovada betting account. What? You're betting on wars, Connor? You can do. I mean, yeah. I suppose you can do that, right? He says, LOL, assumptions about my name was your rebuttal, stupid and delusional. Okay, well, look, obviously I'm going to fire back at you for whatever low-hanging fruit I can find, right? But you calling me delusional, I mean, of course I'm going to feel some kind of way about it, right? But if you feel that way, I want you to tell me, what is it that I'm delusional about? Is it about, when I told you that I believe that the U.S. will lose this war? And if so, let me know, right? Because look, I want you to know one thing about my channel, right? I'm not here to tell you that I'm right about everything, right? If I have an opinion, I have, my own information that I gather from X, Y, and Z. And if I'm wrong about that, you are welcome to correct me, because I do not pride myself in being, let's say, right all the time. I pride myself on finding out what is right. So, Force Login, let me know, okay? Let me know what it is that I'm being delusional about, because the way that I see it, right, I think that morale, I think that economic lack of prosperity that is going on in the U.S., I think would absolutely, yeah. He says, all bullies get their wake-up call eventually. Proud FBA. Hey, shout out to Proud FBA. I know exactly what that means, right? Proud FBI. You are foundational Black American, right? For those of you that don't know what a foundational Black American is, it is a theory and a group of people that believe they were the first people of the United States, meaning that Black people were the first ones in the United States. Tomb says, call ICE. Well, how about this? I call my moderators to get you up out of here. Boom, you're up out of here. All right, we're not going to deal with stupidity. We're only going to have intellectual conversations today, because that is what the world needs. The world does not need, call ICE or this and that, when you don't even know anything about my citizen status or anything like that. Right? You don't know me from a can of paint. You don't know what I got going on, or where I've been, or what I've done. So I'm going to leave it at that. He says, take your opinions to the Islamic countries, and boom, you're out of here. You're put in the shadow realm. You got sent to the shadow realm. Goodbye. I mean, what an idiot, man. What an idiot. He says, JJ, you keep stirring. What did JJ say that was stirring? Dwight says, a U.S. citizen having financial constraints doesn't amount to a U.S. not being able to financially prosecute a war. Yeah, because, well, I tell you what, right? At a certain time where the U.S. is going to make this into a very unpopular war, I think that in and of itself is an indication of, you know, the reality that this could go haywire. He says, another snowflake crying on the internet, please. Moderators, help me ban anything I can't deal with. Jamie, who exactly are you talking to? Are you talking about me? If he's talking about me, get him up out of here. Okay, I'm not going to deal with this, you know, BS, you know, in here. All right, so there it is. You're gone. I don't even know if you were saying that, you know, to be discouraging towards me or to anybody else, but the minute that I perceive anything that is wrong or something that I don't want in here, boom, you're up out of here. You're sent to the shadow realm. Boom, bang, pang. You can't have anything and you can't hang. So there it is. He says, LOL, MAGA getting butt hurt. Are you talking to me? You're saying that I'm MAGA, or are you saying that people in here are MAGA? He says, call in immigration, says West Cruz. How about this? Why don't you cruise your ass on out of here? Boom, you're sent to the shadow realm. Bang, you're up out of here. Boom. He says, America will win, but what's happening there in conflict? Javier Acevedo says, Iraq was about Saddam pricing oil in non-dollar currencies. Yes. Mike Steele says, thin-skinned crybaby. I mean, look, I don't have to sit here and listen to, you know, your bullshit or listen to what you have to say or this and that. It is a privilege for you to be in here, for you to say what it is that you want to say, or if I decide whether you're allowed to say it. You know, if you want to say what you want to say, why don't you go start your own channel? And indicative of the fact that you don't even have a profile pic means that you're not even willing to start your own channel. So therefore, you should shut up and let the people that are actually willing to go out there and start a channel and do something about it, rather than you being the real snowflake that can't do anything with what they got going on. And then there's Anthony right there. Boom, you're up at. No, you know what? I'm just going to keep you. I'm going to give you a chance to, you know, make amends, and that's it. He says, it's right in America. Oop, there it is. My moderator got rid of you. I'm not gonna judge my moderator from getting rid of you, because I trust him and what he does, and that's that. So he says, it's far too early to tell whether it's a positive or negative. Okay, he says, are you in Iran right now? No, I'm in Sacramento, California, probably in a much more expensive neighborhood than you ever will. So he says, why don't you get out of this country, you computer warrior? Okay, well, you're the one that's talking on the computer. You're the one that doesn't have a profile pic. You don't even want to get online. So boom, there it is, man, sending people to the shadow realm up in here. He says, does these haters not see the mustache-less beard? Kyrie's about to 10-7 someone. There it is, man. He says, oh, they coming for you. Okay, well, no one has been coming for me, so I don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking in hyperbole and just talking a whole bunch of shit that really means nothing so that you can feel better about yourself. Here's a reality about a lot of you. A lot of you don't have $5,000 in your bank account. On top of that, you got your check engine lights on. You got debt high up to the ceiling. You got medical issues that you can't handle because you don't have the proper insurance or can't afford it. So boom, I got all of those things and more. Plus, on top of that, I live a better life than you. So in reality, I win. You're the one watching me. I'm not the one watching you. So there it is. That's the reality of it. Get up out of here. He says, sound pretty upset. You should find your peace and stop pushing war, because you will lose. Okay, so why do you get to insult people when someone, wait, hold on. I wanted to read what he says here. Why do you get to insult people when someone says something you don't like? You just get rid of them. You must hate freedom. No, it's called exercising your own right to whether I want to hear it or not, right? I don't have to hear what you have to say. If you want to say what you want to say, no one stops you from making your own channel. You understand that, right? No one is stopping you from making your own channel and saying what you want to say. I'm the one with the platform. I'm the one that has the algorithm on my side right now. I'm the one that has over 100 people in here listening and watching me, and you are the audience, and that's the reality of it. So you should just shut up, know your role, and that's what it is. He says, my question is, why are you so hyped? Why am I hyped? Because I'm a very hyped person. Have you not seen any of my training footages that I have here? I train way harder than anybody on MMA YouTube, and that's indicative of exactly why I'm so hyped up and fired up right now. I'm fired up because the reality is that you're saying a lot of stupid things, so I got to rebuttal it. He says, have USA forgot what happened in Afghanistan? That's what I'm saying, right? He says, whoa, chill out, buddy. I'm like, chill out to exactly what? He says, my first time being here. Well, shout out to you, Jason, right? You know, look, Jason Tate, okay, that's an interesting name. I don't know if that's a play off of Andrew Tate or if that is just your real last name. But in either way, man, you are very welcome here. Right? Respect me. I'm going to respect you. And let's have an intellectual discourse because that's what this is all about. Right? This is, look, here's the reality of it, right? There is nothing that says, he says 67 viewers. No. How about this? 87 right now. Let's take a look at how many people have viewed this particular live stream. So look, this is what you're watching, right? This is what you're watching. And this is how many people that have been watching me today on this particular one. He says, no, 67 BS. No, it's around 90 right now. Notice how it's going up every time I'm rebuttaling you, right? He says, you don't need to respond to stupidity anyways, being on the brink of World War II. Hey, shout out to David, man. Shout out to you. He says, lay off the Adderall, homie. No, this is not Adderall. Do you realize I'm actually fasting for Ramadan? Do you not realize that I'm fasting for Ramadan? I had breakfast like maybe about 4 or 5 hours ago. Now I'm like continuing on. He says, any good sandwich recommendations? I'm not much of a sandwich guy. I'm more of like, a plate, rice, chicken, and, vegetable type of guy. So, yeah, I'm not, don't, oh, wait. What is a good sandwich? There's a sandwich place out here called Pickles or something like that where they emphasize a lot of pickles, but I dare you, but yeah, check that out. He says, Kyrie, he was doing this, the 6-7 meme. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. 6-7, got it, I got it. Okay, water fasting sounds confusing. Yeah, it's not, not even water. He says, are you saying there are no positives to the Ayatollah being killed? What I'm saying is that it almost doesn't matter that he was unalived, right? It really almost literally doesn't matter. And the reason why I say that it almost literally doesn't matter is because he's going to be replaced, right? The only way that it matters is if you can really create a regime change within Iran. And the only way to do that is for you to go and have American troops on the ground, which, by the way, will absolutely bankrupt the military's budget. That is the problem. He says, that's how dumb USA is, H. Busta says. Okay, he says, Ben Mi is the best sandwich. Okay, yes. Ben Mi, yes, that's a Vietnamese sandwich, right? He says, do you want the regime to change? Do I want the regime to change in Iran? Well, I tell you what, as a Sunni who is vehemently opposed to the Shias, right, I guess anybody that is not Shia would be better than anyone. So yeah, he says, LOL, bro thinks Iran can take America in a conventional war. No one can. That's why 2 wars were lost here. A couple of combo guerrilla fighters and politicians not letting the military do its thing. You know what? It's interesting that you said that, lost psychosis, right? Because I remember hearing the speech from Secretary Pete Hegseth. He said that we will allow the U.S. Troops to do what it is that they need to do. We have your back. We fully support what you have. So that language that he mentioned, the way that I look at it, the way that I see it, is just indicative of the fact that he is willing to support whatever it is that they need to do to win, i.e. maybe even commit war crimes on top of that in order to win, right? Because, listen, I know war crimes, honestly, war crimes is an oxymoron, in my opinion, right? I think people are going to do what they need to do to win, and that's really what it is. 88 says it's the allies versus access pretty much again. Yes. Joe Warren says God Almighty is going to bring you to your knees and you will admit he is God Almighty. Okay, I mean, I do that 5 times a day. I pray to God Almighty 5 times a day, so I suppose. Javier says if the U.S. sends warships to the Gulf of Oman, oil prices will go to the moon. and the PLA invades the Pacific. The PLA invades the Pacific. The people, okay, the People's Liberation Army, which is China, is what you mean. He says, do their thing means to not follow the rules of engagement. Iceberg Slim says, yes, yes, exactly, exactly. And then they will support them to do that. Remember Eddie Gallagher, right? The Navy SEAL that was sent to deploy to fight ISIS, right? I think he was court-martialed for committing a war crime or whatever it is that they perceive a war crime to be. And then as a result, you know, Donald Trump pardoned him, right? You know, Donald Trump was able to, you know, basically help him in that particular matter. H. Busta says, I'm a Sunni, but I agree we should not be divided. Okay. Dwight says, so what are your thoughts on the results of the protests in Iran and the actions that the regime took? What did the regime do? Did they take him out or what? He says, what does God look like? Drawing a picture of him right now. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Obviously, that is antiquatedly opposite of everything that we believe in Islam. H. Busta says, U.S. attacks Iran, but U.S. shit scared of North Korea. I don't know if they're scared of North Korea, right? There's just no reason to attack North Korea whatsoever, right? I think people have this insane stigma of North Korea, but in reality, they're not a threat to anybody, nor do they really want to threaten anybody, right? There is no ideological motivation for North Korea to attack America. And look, you guys know, do you guys know the Rice Method? Okay? The Rice Method for motivation. Do you guys know what it is? Okay? It is, when it comes to motivation, okay, there's 4 frameworks that you have to understand, okay? Number 1, reward. What reward does North Korea have attacking the United States? Is there going to be money involved? Is it going to be monetary gains? How about ideology? Okay, beliefs and values. It's not really in their ideological values to attack the United States or to create some sort of like strain towards the United States in any kind of way. So I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like, you know, that would be, you know, any towards of reality. So coercion, right? Now, the U.S. is not attacking them, so there's no reason for them to, you know, and then ego, right? Reputation, self-image. I don't think they really care about their image or how they look towards the world other than, you know, how they are being perceived in their own land, right? So, what could be so bad about having a physical image of God? It's a human nature of wonder. Well, it's just not something that we believe in as Muslims, Steele, to be quite honest with you. Andrew Leach says Jesus was a human, was the human version. No, Jesus was a messenger of Allah, and that was it. He was no more than just a prophet of God, and that was that. But he is a very highly regarded prophet, and we regard him as such. And yeah, Javier says Iran needs BRICS to work, but India backs out of the deal because India didn't want to cut its Western NATO ties to the yuan and the Beijing yuan. Okay, so he says, Andrew, your opinion is that this is a Muslim channel. We believe differently. Yes, yes. He says, and then Joe Warren has his own beliefs on that. Andrew says, not at all. The Quran tells us to refer to the Bible. Correct. The Quran does tell us to refer to the Bible, okay? But the other side of that also is that some parts of the Bible have been changed, right? So that's something that we also have to take into consideration. Y'all believe Jesus returns, right? Yes, we absolutely believe that Jesus will return. But Joe Warren, unfortunately, that is one thing that we don't believe in the Quran, is that we don't believe in the Holy Trinity. But we do believe that Jesus is coming back, very similar to how the Christians believe that as well. King Louis says Muslims literally walk around a black cube all day. Jesus never did that. Actually, you're absolutely wrong about that, but you would need to take a look at historical findings to find that not only did Abraham walk around there, but many other prophets have been to Saudi Arabia in that particular part of the world in order to make pilgrimage. Because here's the thing about the black stone, right? It comes from the heavens. Now, when you ask any scientist to examine the black rock that is in Mecca, many of them said that it is of elements that doesn't belong on earth, right? So what does the Quran say about that black rock? It comes from heaven. So there it is. They literally confirm everything that deals with that particular subject matter at hand to confirm it. So just to kind of give you guys a little bit of some context in that, he says there's no proof that it comes from the heavens. Actually, there is. I want you to look up what elements of Mecca, what elements of the rock from Mecca come from, right? I looked that up, and then that's the evidence that'll tell you, because this was vouched by non-Muslim scientists. They don't allow anyone to study the rock. Well, they do. They do. And there is no elements on earth that you could find about that. So he says, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Yes, there it is with D-Man says, you're lost, Andrew. Well, there it is, man. I mean, what can you do? I mean, the man is, you know, he's a non-Muslim. That's what he believes in. That's what it is. All right, back to Vice President Pence on this one.
Say to Trump voters in particular, who voted for him in 2024 because one of his big repeated...
I'm not sure if it's a meteorite lost psychosis, but what I will say is that it says that it comes from heaven, so, you know, that could be, within those interpretations, right? So...
was he wouldn't take America into foreign wars, that we were done with doing that. America first meant America looking after America's interests in America. Now, Axios is reporting today, no president in the modern era has ordered more military strikes against as many different countries as Donald Trump.
Now, that's an interesting fact. Donald Trump has ordered more military strikes for multiple countries than any other president, which, by the way, he has now beaten Obama to that record.
How do those two positions sit comfortably together?
Well, I wasn't on the ticket the last time around, Pierce, but I was elected with the president in 2016 and on the ticket again in 2020. And I can tell you, I like to tell people, I think I know President Trump better.
Human Maid says, can I get your predictions on the upcoming fight, Joshua Van versus Tai Sukara? I'm going with Joshua Van by decision. Yeah, I'm going to go with Joshua Van by decision on that one.
Than his most ardent defenders. And the president I serve with is no isolationist. You look at the record of our administration after Syria crossed that red line using chemical weapons on their own people. We hit them with cruise missiles not once, but twice when President Obama had refused to do so. We took down not only the ISIS caliphate, but their leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And I was there when the president made the decision to take out the head of the Iran Revolutionary Guard, Qasem Soleimani, back in January of 2020. This is a president who doesn't...
So I tell you what, this conflict, not just with the United States, but Trump specifically against Iran, you can date back as the time when they bombed that Iranian general Soleimani. So there it is. Oh, yeah, isn't Van fighting Tatsuro? Yes, he is. I'm going with Joshua Van on that one. I think Joshua Van's going to be champion for a long time. King Goose says, question. It is, we know that the exact pagan practices that the Arabs had before Muhammad converted them. So, in advance, if that is improper to ask for one reason or another, yeah, that's not improper to ask. That's the reality of Arabia at the time, right? They were a pagan group of people before Islam came, and then Islam came to revive all of their, all of their pagan beliefs and, and restore them back to the Tawheed, which is, praying to one God Almighty. So he says, America wins this, though in the air, boots on the ground would be a decade-long mistake. Yes, you are absolutely correct on that, young base. Now, here's the thing, right? The backers of Donald Trump, i.e. Israel, they're going to want and force Donald Trump to create a regime change. Now, how do you do that? The only way that you can create a regime change is by boots on the ground. Tim Dacey says, Athena says, you are all lame. Okay, we don't know who that is. What it sounds like is that's your girlfriend, and you sound like a simp, basically citing your girlfriend's name, to which is not even relevant in this particular topic or not even in the chat, but yet you want to bring her up for whatever reason you have. But I don't know, man. Greg Nelson, he says, where's the women doing the ventriloquist voice? I don't know what you mean by that, but anyways.
Lead from behind. He leads from the front. And I frankly think most of the supporters of the president, people that I came to know from coast to coast in this country, understand that. And they also understand that.
Javier says, wars cost money, people, a lot of it. So there it is. D-Man says, simp team. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'm very suspicious of men that just bring up their girlfriends' names out of nowhere. Oh, well, you know, Cynthia thinks you're a joke, or, you know, this and that. I'm like, who the fuck is Cynthia? I'm like, oh, that's your girl? Oh, well, why are you even bringing her up? I never met her, don't know her, this and that. And then you want to bring her up for whatever reason to what? Because you think like somehow your girl's opinion is going to emasculate a bunch of dudes that don't even know her from a can of paint?
This is a president who is going to prosecute America's interests and take action that he believes is necessary to protect our nation, whether that be in Venezuela, where the head of a dangerous failed narco state, Nicolas Maduro, was captured and removed, and now that nation is on a trajectory toward normal relations with the United States of America, or whether it be the present action in Operation Epic Fury. Iran has been a threat to the security of the people of this country, our armed forces in the region, our cherished ally Israel, for generations. And thanks to President Trump's decision and that of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the support of our allies across the region and the world, we have an opportunity to finish it.
Vice President Mike Pence, I really appreciate you coming on Uncensored at such a busy time.
All right, and it gets interesting here. Watch the debates that they're going to have on this one. This is going to get really explosive. You guys don't want to miss this. Obviously, if you've already seen it, you're going to get to see me react to this. Obviously, they're going to have that Young Turks girl along with this Iranian who supports Israel and their campaign in Iran. But yeah, he says Yahoo decides what Trump does next. Yahoo. Okay, I know what you mean by Yahoo. You mean Yahoo, he says, with muskets. Can we as Americans just hand this shit way our forefathers intended? Well, Robert Crabtree, I think what you are referring to is having an American first attitude, right? Having an American first sentiment to this particular, you know, approach, right? Because obviously bidding for Israel's, you know, wars and things of that nature, I don't think that's necessarily, you know, America first. So you are right. And I think the forefathers would absolutely, yeah, I think they would absolutely, you know, go against this. He says, fix your sound. What do you mean by that? He says, BB's real name is Miklowski. Yeah, he's a Polish man, isn't he? You know, that's what it is. He's like of Polish descent of some sort. But yeah. Okay, back to Mike Pence and the panel here.
And the news, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierce.
If you have CalFresh, Medi-Cal, or SSI, you may qualify for a free iPhone 11.
Well, I'm joined now by my panel, which includes Anna Kasparian, executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Glenn Greenwald, the host of System Update, Jonathan Conricus, retired Lieutenant Colonel and IDEO spokesman, and Mark Kemmett, former General and U.S. Assistant.
Hold on, let me make sure the sound.
IDEO spokesman, and Mark Kemmett, former General and U.S.
Because I remember hearing the speech from Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's okay. So yeah, it's perfectly fine. The sound is perfectly fine. I don't know what you mean. I mean, maybe it's because I'm using you know, using a phone microphone. But yeah, anyways, all right, back to this. Okay, so Robert Crabtree says, not necessarily more replace of powerful and corrupt people in our country's government. I don't care what the others are doing. We can't until we have corrected our own. Okay, so a bit of a America first stance, obviously, right? Which I don't blame you for. You know, I think that, yes, we should fix our problems first before we fix other people's problems, which is, by the way, the reason why I boldly wrote the title for what I wrote regarding America losing this war.
State and
because if you can't fix your own problems first, look, okay, as you guys know, this is a combat sports channel, right? Yes, I delve into politics as well because in the world of MMA, many of our compatriots in the world of MMA are very much entangled with world politics. So we do political talks and topics as well, especially with this very important topic that is going on in the world today. And I will say, right, that as a combat sports channel and as somebody who has fought in MMA, who's fought in Muay Thai, who's wrestled, who's grappled, who trains on a regular basis, what I can tell you is that you cannot go into a fight unless you got all your ducks in a row. Okay, in other words, you can't go into a fight when you got family issues going on because you will lose, and you can't go into a fight knowing that you have all of these issues with your health, your personal life, and everything else that revolves around getting you to be prepared for, you know, the biggest fight of your life, which if you're an MMA fighter or a boxer, every fight is the most meaningful fight of your life, right? You're either fighting for a rank, you're either fighting for a contendership, or you're either fighting for money, or you're either fighting for a championship, or a combination of all those things, or just one of those things. Either way, every fight is important, right? So you can't go into a fight if you don't got your ducks in a row. This is why I'm going to highlight the comment of Robert Crabtree right here. Shout out to you, my man. Let me know what part of the world you are from, Robert Crabtree. He says, not necessarily more a replace of the power than to corrupt people in our country's government. I don't care what others are doing, meaning what Iran or Israel or all these other Middle Eastern countries are doing. We can't until we have corrected our own. Okay, so in other words, we can't go around and fixing everyone's problems when we can't fix our own. And once again, combat sports terms, you cannot go into a fight knowing that you got some underlying issues. Now, you guys know Jake Shields, right? You know, he's considered now one of the biggest anti-Semitic, podcasters or whatever, right? But yeah, you know, he fought George St. Pierre. He trained with Nate Diaz and things of that nature. So when he was fighting, I remember his father had died, right? And then he took on this fight against a former Marine by the name of Jake Ellenberger. Well, that Marine ended up knocking him out because Jake Shields was going into a fight knowing that his father had just passed away. And as a result of that, he, got knocked out in the first round because he was not focused the way that he should have been focused. And that was the reality of that situation. So, all right, here we go.
Golda Gamari, the former Canadian lawmaker and Iranian activist. Well, welcome to all of you. Anna Gasparin, your response to...
By the way, guys, shout outs to the 10,000 people around the world that have tapped into this channel. We had 10,000 people in here live streaming this, man. Shout outs to everybody. He says, how do you correct your own when others are interfering with your politics? Okay, there may be some good points there on that one, silenced by echoes, right? But if you're talking about what, like, interfering with, our elections, I mean, that's Russia. I don't think that's Iran, but... or maybe the fact that they are interfering with killing, our, Marine Corps veteran. Okay, man, Semper Fi to you, brother. Semper Fi to you. He says, down Mississippi on the Gulf Coast, that is where he's from. Okay, awesome, man. Awesome. He says, oil markets in the Middle East are the dollar's lifeline. The dollar is not an ordinary currency. Correct. Robert Grant, okay, so Javier says most of the Middle East oil is priced in dollars. People don't know how the petrodollar works. Correct. Human Made says Jake Shields beat Woodley, Carlos Condit, Robbie Lawler, and Dan Henderson. Yeah, man, he had quite an impressive record, obviously, which is why they gave him the George St. Pierre fight, and probably one of the biggest fights of George St. Pierre's life in terms of lucrative opportunities. There was like a huge stadium fight that they did in Canada, Toronto, for that fight, which, really put Jake Shields on the map. And that is a reason why Jake Shields is, is a huge social media superstar today. All right, let's get to this debate right here because this debate really got heated, and let's check this out.
Mike Pence there, laying out a moral and legal justification for these attacks on Iran.
First, I would like to ask Goldie whether she apologizes for laughing as Cenk Uygur on the last episode he was on was talking about dead American soldiers as a result of wars that the U.S. gets dragged into on behalf of Israel. Goldie, do you apologize for laughing at the thought of dead American soldiers?
And no one's buying your jihadi propaganda lies. Everyone knows that Elka and I were laughing at
It's jihadi
Cenk.
propaganda to be concerned.
Oh, dude, that's awesome, Connor. You rolled with Jake Shields before, man. That's awesome, man. Yeah, and you said he's like a tank. I'll bet.
About dead American soldiers who were forced to fight on behalf of Israel. Interesting. Okay. To answer your question,
Can I answer the question?
175 little girls have been slaughtered in an Iranian school. That was the first Israeli strike that took place.
Hang on one second, Anna, hang on one second. You asked her a question, so I will let Goldie respond. Then you can respond to my question.
Well, she responded by claiming I'm sharing jihadi propaganda. I'm talking about dead American soldiers. So do you apologize or not?
Okay.
May I respond?
Goldie, quick response.
Thank you. So we were laughing at Cenk's bizarre anti-Semitic tropes about how Israel is responsible for every single incident that happens in the war. We were not laughing at
That's not what he said.
American soldiers. And you actually edited the video. So there you go. Everyone knows that you're lying. You're a laughing stock. You're a joke.
Everyone can go back and watch the episode,
care
full
about anything
episode for Pierce's show.
Right.
Okay.
The only ones who were respecting General
Anyway.
Wesley Clark were myself and.
Okay, you know what?
Mr. Cube Frame, listening to this woman, Brightest Minds, today, which one? Are you talking about the Iranian woman or Anna from the Young Turks? Which one are you talking about specifically? Let me know, my man. Thank you.
Look, you said your piece about Goldie. She's responded. Let's get back to the bigger picture, which I'm sure the other panelists would prefer us to do. Your response to Mike Pence, but both on the moral argument, because I do think that there are lots of people I know, including many on the left.
Okay, so you're saying the Iranian woman is the brightest mind. Okay, let me know. Proud FBA says Armenian. No, Anna is the Armenian one. The one from the Young Turks. The one from the Young Turks, Proud FBA, is the Armenian one, and then and then the one that she's in opposition of is the Iranian. So yeah, that's indicative of her having. If you look at the background of her right there, you see right there is that Iranian star or eagle of some sort. But yes, okay, so back to what they're saying right here. This is a very interesting debate. He says, another lying bullish streamer, don't know what he's talking about. Well, first of all, why are you even here then? Right? It baffles me that these idiots, they come in here that talks about, oh, they don't know what you're talking about. You know what? Here's the thing. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But the algorithm that's on my side and the fact that I'm getting views out of this, that's just the reality of it. So, I'm here with a channel. You don't have a channel. If you really feel the way that you feel about your particular topic and your subject, go make one. Go make one. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear what you got to say. But the truth is you don't, because you're a coward. You're scared. You would never do it because, let's just be honest about this. You're a dumb normie. Okay, you probably thought about creating a channel of your own, and the reason why you never pulled the trigger on that is because you're a scared little bitch. The reason why you're a scared little bitch is because you're a scared normie, and being a scared normie means that you listen to what everyone says. Now, do you think that I'm going to listen to what you say in your subjective opinion on this particular matter? He says they're earth disturbers and hell raisers. Who are you talking about? Are you talking about these Edomites that... Oh, yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about, man. He says, calm down. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. I just needed to address that and let you know, of the losers in this world that feel the need to say what they needed to say because, no one has ever really told them that they're a loser, that they've never really tried to, pursue anything, great in their life. So therefore, they see somebody online that is trying to pursue great things, and they want to go and say something about, hey, guys, look, I know how you feel. When I look at somebody like Aiden Ross, I say to myself, this guy is a complete idiot. How is it that he has all of these fans and all of these, algorithms on his side, right? I just don't get it. And then I realized, you know what? It's not about whether you know more than the next guy or are more knowledgeable than everybody else, because guess what? The most knowledgeable people on earth are not on YouTube, or they're not online, or they're not streaming. And let me tell you why. Okay, because they're out busy doing what it is that they need to do to contribute to the world, right? They are not streamers. So therefore, the streamers, what we are is nothing more than just entertainers. And hey, if I happen to entertain a few people here and there, I'm doing my job. Go do yours, and go find yourself, you know, a higher purpose in life than going in here and talking smack to people. But yeah, man, shout out to you, Zog. I understand. You're yeah, shout out to you, man.
Who can understand a moral argument for getting rid of what has been a ruthless, bloodthirsty, vile regime that has caused terror not just to its own people but to the wider world, but hesitate about whether this is the legal thing to do. So I don't think it's just people on the right saying go, go, go. People on the left saying, well, I'm glad he's gone. I'm glad the Ayatollah's gone. I'm glad a lot of the top leadership have gone. But I'm not sure that this is legal, and the precedent being set is very dangerous.
My view of this current war against Iran is that Iran did not pose a threat to the United States. Their ballistic missiles did not have the capability.
Well, here's the thing, D-Rap. Piers Morgan, regardless of what you say about him, right? Obviously, he comes from the British tabloids era, right? Sensationalism news and things of that nature. I get it, but here's the thing. Piers Morgan allows people to speak their mind and their opinions. You have to respect that. He says, you're so very welcome, Zog. Please like and subscribe. Yes, shout outs to you on that one, man.
Ability to reach the United States, and the notion that this was all about Iran's weapons was a lie from the very beginning. This is about a regime change war on behalf of Israel. Israel would like to be the hegemon in the Middle East, and the United States is spilling blood and basically using its treasure to help Israel build an empire that I guarantee you will turn around and well, we'll suffer the consequences of that at some point. But we're suffering the consequences of it right now. I mean, the first thing Israel did is...
Hey, shout out to Nino Brown. Well, we were basically just talking about the war in Israel and Iran right now, and just sort of giving an analysis on it, and also my opinion on why I believe the U.S. is going to lose this war. He says, yes, but in sound bites, way ideas are not being fished out on Piers Morgan. This is Dwight saying this. Okay.
Strike an Iranian girls' school, killing 175 people. That's according to the New York Times, which typically likes to bury the wrongdoings of the Israeli government and military. I don't see this as a just war. I don't think that President Donald Trump has a plan for what happens following the slaughter of the Ayatollah or the destruction of the Iranian regime. In fact, he has said as much. He said it is not the U.S.'s job to figure out who leads Iran next, which means that there will be a power vacuum, and we know how that plays out in other countries where we've done similar things. And in regard to Syria, let's not mistake what actually happened in Syria. Okay, the Obama administration began arming Al-Qaeda terrorists who actually fought our soldiers in Iraq. And now we have a supposedly former Al-Qaeda terrorist as a leader of Syria. We didn't do good things in the Middle East, including in Syria. So Mike Pence is a complete and utter joke in what he said during that interview.
If you or a loved one have experienced sexual abuse in one of more than 60 youth facilities in California currently being investigated, you might still be able to take legal action, even if the abuse occurred decades ago.
Okay, Jonathan Conricus, just first off, the attack on the school, or the explosion at the school that caused so many deaths, particularly of young girl students, there does seem to be, at the moment, ongoing confusion about exactly what has happened there. The school was next to one of the Revolutionary Guard bases. It used to be part of the base until recently, apparently several years ago, it was sort of separated from the base. And, depending on which report you see, but none of them appear to be definitive, this was either an Israeli/American missile that caused this to happen, or it could have been an interception by the Revolutionary Guard, or it could have been indeed a missile, as some have claimed, fired by the Revolutionary Guard that hit the school by mistake. We don't seem to know for sure yet. Do you have any intelligence that can 100% verify what's happened there?
No, I've been asked in various fringe networks, and I've done a lot of interviews over the last 2 days and 2.5 days. And, that topic comes up when someone is grasping to try to undermine the American and Israeli operation against the regime, because it is a relatively convenient tool to use. Usually it's not by people who have compassion for civilians, for Iranian schoolgirls, or for Iranians in general, but it's usually for people who have something either against President Trump and his policies, or very often against the state of Israel. So I've looked into it, and so far, kind of a messy situation where I can't really make sense of what happened, whether it's Israel or the US who struck, or whether it's some type of a false flag operation by the IRGC. I wouldn't be surprised in any of the options. It could be an American or an Israeli strike at a proper military target that happened to be too close or co-located within or next to a school. And it could be something that was cooked up by the IRGC specifically for the purposes of having something to clutch at and having something to feed international media to show allegedly wrongdoing. I put that into stark contrast with, very deliberate actions of the Iranian regime when they are firing at 7 or 8 sovereign countries in the region, and they're firing at almost exclusively civilian targets. They're firing at cities in Israel. They're firing, of course, cities, and we already have 11 civilian casualties confirmed. All of them civilian, none of them military, most of them women and children, one elderly man. They've been killed in various incidents where Iranian missiles have exploded in Israeli cities. We have confirmed deaths in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, and a lot of incoming missiles on Cyprus, Jordan, and other locations. And of course, we could speak about this incident, and I'm sure that many people who have issues with Israel would want this to be the story. They would want one errant attack or one unexplained situation to be the headline, because it is it supports the agenda.
Okay, so that's fair. I'm going to be honest about this, right? I was a little skeptical about that girls, school bombing as well in Iran, right? Now, obviously, if they believe there were some military targets that they were going to obtain out of this airstrike, then so be it, right? But the thing is, unfortunately, look, and this is just from a very unbiased point of view, right? When it comes to airstrikes, collateral damage happens all the time. Okay, that's the unfortunate thing. Old guy says the sandbox will have to call all their buddies to even scratch the U.S. Okay, here's what you need to know, old guy, right? This is what you need to know. The United States can never be invaded, okay? The type of structure that the land that we have going on here, it's going to be very difficult to invade. Not only that, the minute you get into the United States, there's a bunch of rednecks and gang members and just regular people who own guns across the United States. And then there's people that are ex-vets that own guns, and then there's people that are still active military that are off duty. So it's very difficult. It is very difficult to invade America in that particular matter, right? But whenever you're on the whenever you're on the defense, let's say, i.e. Iran, i.e. Afghanistan, the Taliban, i.e. the Iraqi insurgents in Iraq, it's very easy for them to beat the Americans. Okay, very easy. Number one, They know the land. They know the place. And on top of that, did we forget that these people are willing to commit, let's say, suicide bombings? Like, are we, are we just gonna, bypass that? Like, yeah, we got all these, military, weapon grade and things of that nature and all of these things going on. But are we just really going to ignore the fact that, they're willing to use, unconventional means to do what it is that they need to do? I mean, yeah, let's just be honest about that, right? But anyways.
These are, by the way, the same people who, when Iranians were marching in the streets and being gunned down by the Iranian regime, we didn't hear a lot of them speak about what was going on, and we didn't hear a lot of those people who now allegedly care about the Iranian schoolgirls speak about the atrocities of the regime. And it is the typical hypocritical position of so many people. It only depends on who has allegedly done the killing. Doesn't matter who was killed, and how this can be cynically and politically.
Yeah, hate love. My advice to you is that if you if you mean that you missed your fast, meaning that you missed your suhoor, what I would suggest is just keep on going until the sun goes down. That's the most that I could say. Yeah, if you miss your suhoor, you miss your suhoor. But if you want your fast to be accepted, then you're gonna have to just tough it out until then, or just not do your fast at all, right? So those are the only options that you have. But Allah knows best.
Politically used.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity. And
Okay.
We all know that there's one country that seems to have an affinity for slaughtering children, and that country is Israel. But anyway.
No, that's actually Iran. Dear Anna, that's actually the Islamic Republic of Iran.
All right, here we go. Now they get into this really heated argument right here.
Right.
Okay. We also know, I think, from what's happened in Gaza, it is prudent to get to actual facts before we pass to censorious judgment. And I prefer to do that, because I think if we don't, that way madness lies. As we're talking, General Kinnock, President Trump has told the New York Post that he's not ruling out sending US ground troops into Iran if they were necessary. He said...
There it is. He's not ruling it out, which means it is going to happen, considering the fact that, yeah, all directions points towards that way.
Operation Epic Fury was way ahead of schedule by taking out dozens of Tehran's top officials. He said, quote, "I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. There will, like every president says, there'll be no boots on the ground. I don't say that. I say probably don't need them, or if they were necessary." He also told CNN earlier today that the big wave in the conflict is yet to materialize, indicating the U.S.
He says, Kyrie, no, sorry, brother. I meant it. It was a time to break the fast. It's evening, so fasting day is, over. I'm so hungry, can't. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so yes, that's right. It is break. Yeah, I forgot. Obviously, you're in the UK, so it is time for you to break your fast in that part of the world right now. So, okay, enjoy your fast, brother. Enjoy your iftar, rather, inshallah.
The US has not yet begun to strike Iran forcefully, and suggesting more significant action is imminent. So where do you feel we are with this, General Kennedy? And how precarious would it be for the US to commit boots on the ground? I talked earlier to Vice President Pence about the parallels here with Iraq back in 2002-03, where committing boots on the ground turned out really historic.
Acevedo says, people don't know how much money boots on the ground cost. Just having warships near the coast costs millions of dollars a day. Nino Brown says, Israel ain't Israel, man. Okay.
To be a disaster. Could we be sleepwalking our way into another disaster here?
Well, first of all, I hope there's a little stability while I'm answering the questions. First of all, as one of those boots that walked on that ground in Iraq in 2003, I think that nobody wants to see us repeat the mistakes of that operation. And for that matter, as we look forward to whatever emerges from this situation in terms of the government, I certainly hope we don't count on the expatriates to come in and solve the problem for us. But look, I think it's important to understand we didn't do regime change. It's highly unlikely we're going to do regime change. We've done regime. What the president has said in so many words is we are doing a leadership decapitation, as Israel did with Hezbollah. And he said to the Iranian people, I'm opening the door for you. You've got to figure out what to do after that. So where we are in the operation now, we've hit about 10,000 targets. We've got a lot of work to do. But at the end of the day, we can't get mission creep in this operation. Seen it, been there, done it. We ought to stick to our end state that we're seeking, which is no nukes, no ballistic missile program of any size, and no proxies, because that was our end state at the negotiating table. When the negotiations fail, we shouldn't be changing our objectives just because we're using military force. The purpose of this military force is to get back to the negotiating table and finally get what 3 presidents, ever since we discovered the nuclear program, has tried to get. Now, the fact remains is it's highly unlikely that we're going to see that anytime soon, and the only way we're going to get the Iranians back to the negotiating table for those purposes is through strong use of force. And look, you ask why now? And the very simple answer is, and legally a preemptive strike meets our conditions. Do you want to be facing across from that negotiating table a nuclear-armed Iran with long-range ballistic missiles? Better to do this now.
And just before we go to the reward, when I spoke to Vice President Pence, we talked about the parallels with Iraq, and he was quite scathing about Prime Minister Starmer's reluctance to get involved at the first stage of this operation, refusing to allow Americans to use the bases, the UK bases, and so on. What is your view of that? Because it did seem a marked departure in the normal practice of the UK to allow American forces to do that. Did you think that was a mistake by the UK Prime Minister?
It appears you and I have been around a long time. We went through Iraq together. The fact is, I think that Starmer just did not want to be referred, as Tony was, as the British coup. So I think what he wanted to do is give it a little time, make it look like this is an independent decision of his, rather than being, we do have a special relationship, but we're not tied at the hips, and Britain is not a proxy for the United States. We knew.
Okay, so that's exactly what I was emphasizing earlier. Oops, let me turn on the light here. Hold on a second. Yeah, that's exactly what I was emphasizing earlier, right? I was emphasizing the fact that Keir Starmer right now has such low approval rates going on, right? It's so low that he wants to try something different. And what exactly it is that? He doesn't want to go the route of Tony Blair. So therefore, what he does is he decides, hey, you know what? I'm going to go this route, and this route I'm going to take. I'm going to be the anti-war prime minister.
Particularly if the Iranians started firing back, that Britain would come in the way that the Saudis and the Emiratis have come in. And one last comment. Please quit using the tropes on American soldiers. I've had to bury 7 American soldiers. They went into the battlefield.
How is it a trope? How is it a trope? How is it a trope to see American soldiers die on behalf of Israel's wars? How is that a trope? Explain that to me.
Nobody's dying on behalf of Israel. I'm not going to dignify that.
Let me read you what Israeli media has been saying. So American soldiers came under friendly fire in Kuwait. I don't know if any of them have died. Hopefully none of them have died. But on Channel 12, Niv Raskin said this. We need to emphasize this is an incident involving American forces and not, heaven forbid, an incident involving Israeli forces.
And why is he representative of anything, Anna?
Yes, thank you for that, Nino Brown. I know what you mean, my man. Thank you for that. He says Kyrie's vid is at fast speed. Yes.
Who makes him representative of anything? Why are you saying
Huge figure in Israeli media.
No, he's not a huge figure. He's a talking head.
Sacrificing American soldiers is totally okay, I guess.
Well, okay,
I would like you to answer my question. Why is that considered a trope? Why is that considered a trope? To be concerned about American soldiers during these endless, nonsensical wars. Why is that considered a trope?
How many times have you gone to Arlington and paid respect to
I'm not
American
talking to
heroes?
you, terrorist piece of crap. I'm talking to the general. Tell me why that's considered a trope.
Oh, wow. He called her a terrorist piece of crap. That's crazy. Oh, man. He called her a terrorist piece of crap. That's some crazy work.
Them down.
You honor
I
the
want
memory
to
of fallen American soldiers.
Can we go back to the
of you paraded?
Answer the question.
Can I bring some order to this, please? Jonathan, let me conduct the panel, please, because Glenn's been waiting very patiently. Before I come to you, Glenn, and I will give you plenty of time to speak, I can promise you that. General, just explain why you consider that to be a trope. And secondly, I was really struck by this friendly fire incident because
Yo, this dude is a general? That's crazy, bro. See, I told you, bro, in the Middle East, even in Israel, they put young people in positions of power. That dude is a general? That dude looks like he's in his 30s. Or maybe even his 40s.
Can't remember.
Certainly, I look younger than the general, so, you know what I mean? But either way, he's young. He's way too young to be a general, at least by the way that he looks.
I'm sure you will be able to correct me here, but has it ever happened before that 3 American fighter jets have all been downed in a friendly fire incident, apparently here by Kuwaiti forces by mistake, as they went over Kuwaiti airspace? Can you remember 3 American fighter jets going down in friendly fire in one incident?
No. And I'm sure those Kuwaiti soldiers that fired those shots will remember that for the rest of their lives. Luckily, none of the soldiers, none of the airmen were killed. They got out of their aircraft alive and relatively unhurt. We call it the fog of war.
Yeah.
There it is, fog of war. Someone had mentioned that in the chat earlier, by the way.
And in relation to the
Why is it a trope?
fact you think it's a... Yeah, I think, be fair to Alex Barrett, just answer that question, why you view that as a trope, but what you said.
I'm not going to dignify it with a response.
You just want to smear me with nonsensical claims, but you can't even answer why you even believe in the smear. What is the trope? You can't answer, right?
I'm telling you
Being about Americans dying.
The general's chosen not to respond. That's his right. I'm going to let you be very patiently. Thank you. Look, this is a story. A lot of passion's going to run very high here. I don't have all the answers to what I think is going to happen here. It does, to me, bring back a lot of bad memories from the Iraq War, which was started in many people's eyes who perpetrated it for the best of intentions. Saddam was a bad guy, doing bad things to his people, killing many of them, running a ruthless regime, possessing weapons of mass destruction, and he had to be stopped. I've been on this radio of rhetoric before, and it feels to me like we're on a very similar path now, but Iran is an altogether bigger and more...
Well, that's a good point by Piers Morgan, right? It does seem like we are in that same path and trajectory from, almost, well over 20 years ago at this point, right? It seems all very similar, right? The same type of people that are supporting it, and then there's the same type of people that are against it, except this time the right and the left are divided, because even within the right, they are divided amongst themselves, indicative of the likes of Tucker Carlson versus Ben Shapiro, Andrew Tate versus, Jordan Peterson, right? Just a whole lot of, division, even amongst divisions, even amongst political parties. But either way, it just sounds all the same, just different players and actors playing it out all over again.
Difficult scenario than even Iraq was. You've got 220,000 Revolutionary Guard, you have the Iranian regular army, you have many other paramilitaries, hundreds of thousands more. This idea that America has, or Donald Trump has, that by doing these strikes, you're going to start a big revolution amongst the people on the ground. They've got to get past 1.5 million very heavily armed people that will try and stop them. And we saw recently, they stopped 30,000 of them by killing them. So do you think that the mission here is even achievable? And do you think what has happened is legal?
I am glad, Pierce, that we started the segment with Mike Pence, because he is an American elected official who voted for the Iraq War in 2002, 2003, continued to defend it for many years. And unlike many American politicians who did that, who ended up saying they regretted it or it was a mistake, Mike Pence to this very day believes that going to Iraq was the right thing to do. And everything that he said in justification in defense of this new war was exactly the things that he and all the other American leaders who armed this war in 2002 and 2003 were saying then. But it's not just the Iraq war, it's also exactly what happened in Libya. President Obama said, oh, don't worry, this isn't a regime change war, it's just to protect the people of Benghazi, and it ended up being a regime change war that destroyed Libya. It's what we did in Afghanistan, where we were told, oh, we're just going in to get Osama bin Laden, and then 20 years later, our troops leave, trillions of dollars spent, huge numbers of dead, and the Taliban march right back into power. You can even go back to Vietnam, where we were lied into that war, lied through that war by many of the same people who are telling us now that we have to do this. It is astounding to me that somebody like Mike Pence, or so many other people who lied to the public continuously, led our country into disastrous wars, one after the next, are now just speaking as though none of it ever happened. It would be like as if a journalist, I published 8 or 9 different fraudulent stories with fake quotes and fake sources, and then the next day I woke up and said, oh, I know I did those things in the past, but I think I should still have credibility for you to listen to my reporting today, even though I did all of that. The other point I want to make is,
I feel like everything that he just said right there was a shot at Piers Morgan, because everything that he just said right now, it happened to Piers Morgan. Funny enough, but yeah.
I want to ask Jonathan, because honestly, it is very, very difficult, I have to confess, not just for the World is Poll show, to listen to an Israeli official in an Israeli accent give lectures on the need to have compassion for civilians after everything we just watched Israel do, vaporizing tens of thousands of people in Gaza, all throughout the Middle East, attacking countries. But since he is here, I do want to ask him, Jonathan, there's a lot of reports in mainstream Western press about how the IDF has built its primary military and intelligence structures, not just within key residential areas in Tel Aviv, but also underneath. Is it true that the IDF has built key military and intelligence targets within residential areas of Tel Aviv and beneath residential targets in Tel Aviv, the way that the Western media has continuously reported? Is that actually true?
Yeah, I can give a relatively short and plain answer to it. Surprising question. I've read some of your reporting and you seem like an informed guy. But yes, the IDF headquarters, referred to as the Kiryat, is indeed located in Tel Aviv. It is surrounded by civilian buildings, and inside the headquarters, not underneath civilians, but underneath the headquarters itself, is a bunker, which is not a revolutionary concept of the militaries. And that bunker is a few stories below ground. Its name is indeed the Zion Citadel, and that is where some of the Israeli officers, generals conduct military operations from. I suppose some of the strikes, if not all of the strikes that are ongoing in Iran today, are managed from there. When Iran targeted that location, they targeted it now. They have targeted it in the past, and Hezbollah has targeted it in the past, and so have many others. You actually never heard anybody in Israel, definitely not anybody official, say, that isn't okay, and it's not a military target. It is a military target. We cannot move Tel Aviv out of the way, and the base is probably too big to move out of the way. And if it is hit, then it is on Israel, because it is a military target. But there's a very big difference here between doing that, having a properly marked and disclosed location, which is the IDF base, everybody knows that it's there, and doing what our enemies do, which is hide underneath and between the civilian population, disguised as civilians and using civilians as human shields. There are no civilians above the base used as human shields.
machines. And there are no civilians that are told to be in a certain location so that our enemies won't strike.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
that's the right thing to do. Yeah.
Just make one quick point. Just make one quick point about the moral aspect that you raised. You know, you said none of us should be mourning a vicious dictator. And the one thing, the two quick things I would say about that is, you know, we were told that about Saddam Hussein, we were told that about Muammar Gaddafi. Certainly in Libya, we were told, oh, Muammar Gaddafi said that's certainly a good thing. What came after in Libya was some of the worst, most nightmarish dystopia that the world had seen in the past 50 years. Certainly far worse than what it had under Gaddafi. And I think a lot of this depends on what succeeds in Iran. Is it going to be this incredibly destroyed state, balkanized with anarchy, where ISIS and Al-Qaeda can fill the power vacuum as they did with the invasion of Iraq? Is it going to be an even worse tyrant like the Shah of Iran was, or some other worse militias and factions? And then the other point is, it's a little bit hard to hear the United States and Great Britain and other countries say, oh, we're doing this for the moral reason that we want to cleanse Iran of tyranny, when our closest allies and partners.
He says, both nations practice that yes, absolutely.
In that region that we prop up and give military technology and spy technology are at least as savage and brutal dictatorships as Iran is. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Emiratis, going throughout the rest of the world, Uganda, Rwanda, we love dictatorships.
United States and Israel in particular.
If we prop up tyrannies all the time, it's very hard to make a moral case, especially as you're bombing civilian places all throughout Iran, that we somehow are doing this because we want to bring freedom and democracy to the Iraqi people. The Iraqi people, last time we did change the government of Iran, we imposed a horrific dictator on them for 20, 30 years called the Shah of Iran. And now we want to do it with his son. So these moral questions are much more complex than is the Ayatollah good or a bad guy.
This digital calendar lightening my mental load makes it worth every penny. I wasn't fully convinced the Skylight calendar.
All right, so that's a good point. Obviously, the Shah of Iran was thrown out of Iran only for them to want his son to come back and rule the place. I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird.
We should have no moral reasons at all. Again, there was no morality in our negotiations last Thursday. There were no nukes, no missiles, and no proxies. And I don't think if we start getting into the moral regime change, everything you're describing, Glenn, if we're trying to get into another Iraq, that's the mission creep we don't want to see. We are now using the military force to achieve the end state that our negotiations weren't able to do. And candidly, I also agree with you that we shouldn't completely wipe out the leadership of the country. LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson once said, he's an SOB, but he's our SOB. We now have Darcy Rodriguez as one of our SOBs. We have Ahmed.
Listen to this part, right? They talk about how, you know what, everyone has their own, leaders they prop up, right? But there are bad leaders, and then there are those that are against the U.S., and then there are those that are friends with the U.S., right? For example, Ramzan Kadyrov, the friend of Khamzat Chimaev. They think that this guy is the worst thing ever, right? But in reality, the U.S. props up a lot of people and a lot of governments that are even worse than him. And that's just a prime example of that right there.
Shara as one of our SOBs. Manuel Noriega in Panama was one of our SOBs. The fact remains is we ought to have a very limited mission, which is simply to use military force to compel Iran back to the negotiating table for them to give up their missiles, their nukes, and their proxies. We can do it now. We won't be able to do it when they have a nuclear weapon.
I wish everybody wears candid as a general about the absence of a moral case here.
Yeah, I agree with it. So it's quite refreshing. Let me go to Goldie Murray. You do one patiently. You were rolling your eyes at Glenn Greenwald there. Why?
Just this whole communist revisionist propaganda about the 1953, coup d'etat. Mossadegh was a communist traitor. He was funded by the Soviets. The Shah of Iran was actually installed in 1941. That's when he ascended the throne. And everyone loves to talk about 1953, but no one ever talks about 1906 when we had the constitutional monarchy. The constitutional revolution, which led to the first democratically elected parliament of Iran. So as of 1906 up until 1979, Iran was a constitutional monarchy, very similar to England. In fact, Pierce, the Queen of England, visited Iran in the early 1960s for a 10-day state visit, because that's how much the Shah.
That is true. Yes, the Queen of England did visit Iran for some odd number of days. He says, take care, man. Thanks for hosting this video. It was definitely educational. Hey, Javier Acevedo, man, thank you so much. You've also dropped a lot of very important information on the chats as well, and I hope to see you once again and join you again next time, inshallah, man. See you again, Javier. Shout out to you, my man.
Iran and Elizabeth were close friends. With respect to what's happening today, first of all, I just want to say, thank you to the United States, thank you to Israel for everything that they're doing. We Iranians were so grateful, and I can tell you that this has been one of the most amazing weekends, not just for me, but for Iranians in occupied Iran and around the world. Hearing the news of the death of Khamenei, that's the equivalent of hearing the news of the death of Hitler. It's just something that we have been waiting for so long. And all I can say is, thank you so much. God bless America. I'm Israel High. We cannot wait until Iran is free, and we can welcome Americans and Israelis back to Iran with open arms. And
K Grubby, if you want to know, rewind back very early on into the stream. Okay, very early on to the stream, I gave some elaborate reasons as to why, and also I reacted to a professor named Professor Jiang, who predicted Donald Trump's victory back in 2016, but also predicts that America is going to lose this war, and gave some pretty good details. I gave some pretty good details on this particular subject as well. I urge you to check it out from the very beginning when you rewind. I think we're almost done with the stream anyway, so I just wanted to show this debate and pick at what sort of topics we can get from this particular subject. So, all right, man, shout out to you, and let me know what part of the world you are from, K Bubby. He says, can you define losing a war for me? Okay, so for me, defining losing a war is when there is so much blood on our side that we lose morale. Okay, and also on top of that, the fact that we need ground troops in order to vehemently create true regime change, right? You need ground troops. Now, that's going to be a problem. The U.S. military, for a long time, has had a problem with recruitment. In other words, there's a lot of people that are too fat to join the military in America, and as a result of that, you're not going to have a proficient fighting force. Now, look, you're always going to have special forces, right? We have the best special forces in the world, the best technology in the world. You're always going to find type A personalities. They're going to be Navy SEALs, Delta Force, Marine Force, Recon, Air Force, paratrooper commandos. We got all of that, right? We got all of that. But what about the conventional forces that do the dirty work, that do the occupation? That is where it's going to become a problem in terms of not only recruiting, but also having to find, let's say, morale, creating morale in a world that is, he says, I'm from the United States. I am as well. I am based in Sacramento, California. Let me know what part of the United States you are from, my fellow Americans. So shout out to you, my man.
Allies that we were prior to 1979.
Okay, and that's very, everyone would love that speaking James. I think it's extremely difficult to get there, as we will probably see. Your colleague, Chen Yuga, who you referenced at the top of the show, he did a tweet which even I recall it. I like Chen a lot, but he called the Ayatollah courageous because he hadn't gone on his knees to Israel. Did you agree? Do you think the Ayatollah Khomeini was a courageous man?
Well, he never capitulated to the Israelis, and we live under a government where, regardless of which party is in power, is on its knees on behalf of Israel. So I understand what he's talking about. He's talking about government leaders, a country's leader in the case of...
Okay, so I gotta tell you, right, one of the biggest reasons why Iran is supported by many people, including non-Muslims and even non-Shias in the Sunni Muslim world, is because they have the moral high ground that says, hey, you know what? We're the ones that face Israel head on. While everybody else is scared of Israel, we are the ones that actually face Israel head on. And as a result of that, that is where Iran's moral high ground comes from.
Iran, as much as I did not agree with the Ayatollah, I'm not a religious person, and I certainly don't...
Nino says, I know you practice Islam, brother. Shalom. Okay, I mean, you mean salam to you, but you know this is a holy war even from the Quran. Well, I can neither confirm or deny that. That's the most I'll say about that.
Like extremism or supremacy of any kind. The fact of the matter is, he didn't embarrass his people by getting down on his knees to pleasure Israel, as our leaders here in the United States do. So I understand the point that he was trying to make, and I think if you talk to a lot of Americans, they are embarrassed by the fact that our leadership rarely represents our best interests and seems to prioritize the best interests of Israel in every instance. And I think that what we're experiencing right now is a good example of that.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
an Ayatollah who only a few weeks ago slaughtered 30,000 of his people to repress them from protesting.
That number's not confirmed, so you regurgitating it is very questionable, Pierce. Where'd you get that number from?
Well, how many do you think we killed?
We don't know the exact number, but to say that 30,000 people were slaughtered during those short weeks is ridiculous to me. Iran's
No.
So they killed, and it's around 3,000. We don't know what the exact number is, but you really think 30,000 people were killed? You're not going to question that 30,000?
Well, I'm curious, if you don't think it's 30,000, how many do you think it was?
I don't know the exact number. No one knows the exact number.
But you know?
But you don't know the number. Hang on a second. I've said multiple times. Hang on for a second. I've said multiple times. I don't agree. I don't like the regime in Iran. That doesn't mean that it's untrue that they never capitulated to what Israel demanded of them. Whereas here in the United States, we literally still work and use our treasure on behalf of Israel. That's the point that James is making, and I think it's a pretty accurate point.
Okay, you can make that point. Hang on 1 second, please. I'm questioning the use of the word courageous about a ruthless, despotic monster. And I'm curious why you are so confident it's not 30,000 people who were killed, but you have no idea how many people were killed. How can you be sure it wasn't 30,000?
No, I don't know how many people were killed. You don't know how many people were killed.
You don't know it wasn't 30,000.
The highest number you've heard is questionable to say the least. Especially when you know that Assad was on the ground, there were armed terrorists on the ground. You know security forces were killed during those shootings. Look, the hyena's laughing again. Anyway, but to just regurgitate the number that is being perpetuated by the Israelis is ridiculous to me. We don't know the exact number, so rather than regurgitate it, we can say that there was a high casualty count. We don't know the exact number. It's that simple.
But you regurgitate the numbers. Hang on 1 second, hang on. Let me please finish. You did regurgitate, with respect, all the numbers given to you by the Hamas Front Health Authority of Palestinian casualties without any hesitation.
They were
probably confirmed eventually. But my point is, you seem very keen.
They were not.
Here's my point. I
don't understand your apparent keenness to downplay the ruthlessness of the Ayatollah or Cheikh's enthusiasm.
I'm not downplaying it. I'm just not going to regurgitate Israeli propaganda as you're doing right now, Piers.
Piers, can I have a word?
Jonathan Conricus. Yeah, Jonathan, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since my country has been mentioned so many times by people of questionable moral backgrounds and motivations, I'd like to say a few things about my perspective
coming from a guy
where we
who
find
defends the
ourselves.
slaughter, the
I
mass
didn't
slaughter of
interrupt you.
innocents. Yeah.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't use bad language like a little girl like you did. So please, stay in your lane. I didn't interrupt you. And
Make
stay
your
out
point. Hurry up.
No, I don't have to hurry up, and I don't take orders from you, Anna. And I will speak because you've spoken a lot and you said a lot of nonsense, and I want to give my perspective on what's going on.
Right.
And it's ridiculous to frame this. It's ridiculous to frame this as something that is whereby Israel is in the driving seat. This is an American-led operation where there are clearly defined goals by the U.S. that serve U.S. strategic interests. That's one set of issues that is separate from the ones that is relevant to Israel. There's a lot of overlap, but here's the Israeli perspective. We live in our national homeland, which we have about 3,000 years of documented and archaeological history that connects us to it. Yet we are surrounded by about 5 or 6 different terrorist organizations that are funded by Iran, by the Islamic regime, who all operate against Israel, killing our civilians, harassing our people, infringing on our sovereignty, and all conniving and trying to bring about the destruction of the state of Israel. These organizations, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, former Iranian proxies in Syria, the Houthis in Yemen, Iranian proxies in Iraq, are all funded by, orchestrated by, and armed by Iran. And the overarching idea is to annihilate the state of Israel. The Islamic Republic has an outspoken goal, which they have been pursuing for the better part of 30 years, to destroy the state of Israel. They're not just saying it, they are doing it, and they have been enacting. They have been squandering the resources of the Iranian people, they have been mismanaging the funds of Iran, neglecting Iranian people, and they have been prioritizing militants and terrorists in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Judea and Samaria, in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, and other places around the world. Why? Because they have this feverish focus, this sick focus on Israel, trying to destroy and annihilate the Jewish state. When Iranians say, we want to destroy Israel, we listen to it and we take it with real value because we understand that they're serious. And I'll finish with this, Piers. The motivation for Israel is, we want to live in our homeland without Iranian terror organizations, without Iranian ballistic missiles, and without Iranian nuclear weapons that are aimed at us. Yes, if you ask about Judea and Samaria, yes, that is part of the Jewish.
The whole world thinks it's not yours. Which the whole world is under. You're the expansion state. You're the aggressive state. You're the terrorist state, and you're fighting the United States.
People that came back to our homeland, we will sail from it, and we came back to our homeland.
Jonathan, I gave you good time, Jonathan. I want to let Glenn finish with a response to what you just said. Glenn.
I mean, this is the victim mentality. The whole world is against us. We just want to be a peaceful country. The reality is, it's not the position of the Iranian government that their border should be expanded. It's the position of the Israeli government that their border should be radically expanded, including into places and in ways that the United States government, for decades under both Democratic and Republican leadership, has said is a direct threat to American interests. Settling to the West Bank, annexing the West Bank, moving into Gaza, bombing Lebanon, expanding into Lebanon. This is the fanatical, expansionist, nuclear armed, dangerous power in the Middle East that the United States pays for, that American soldiers die for. And this narrative used to be dominant in the West. But people have seen the true face of Israel and U.S. support for Israel over the past couple of years. And you see it in polling, not just in the United States, but around the world, that people see Israel and increasingly the United States as the rogue countries that are the true danger to the world. As an American, I wish that weren't true. I'm doing everything possible in my power to change it. A lot of other people are as well. But that is the reality for now.
Okay, Goldie, just very quickly, we've run out of time, but Polymarket are predicting, in relation to the question, will the Iranian regime fall by June the 30th? They currently have a 41% chance with over $5 million in that market. So a lot of money going down on this Iranian regime falling by the end of June. Do you share that optimism?
I mean, I don't really pay attention to the poly market, but I'm going to tell you, Piers, that I have a feeling that the Islamic regime is going to fall by the Persian New Year's spring equinox. That's my prediction, March 20th.
And General Clinton, what would be your quick response to that?
I don't think it's going to fall. Barzani has already said he's going to crack down. They brought back Wahidi, who founded the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Quds Force in 1988. At this point, there seems no fracturing in the IRGC or in the Basij. And but it could happen. Things degrade.
May I buy you a beer in Iran when it's free? When Iran is free, you have to owe me a trip to Iran so I can buy you a beer and tell you I told you.
Look forward to it. And look, nothing would make me happier than for Iran to be a civil society, democratic society that abides by human rights. This is a strong dictatorship, and it's got a pretty strong. I would ask you, Goldie, I wish it was the case. Tell me how we get the IRGC, the Basij, and the army to lay down their weapons.
Well, many of them are already laying down their weapons. It's President Trump's peace through strength strategy. A lot of videos have actually come out today, General, showing a number of those actions. And for those who do not want to lay down their weapons, the only option is to exterminate them. And we Iranians are very grateful that the United States and Israel are getting rid of all of these Islamic terrorists.
I disagree with that. I don't think they're going to lay down their weapons whatsoever.
Occupy our country for the last 47 years, because ultimately you cannot negotiate with terrorists who chase death to America and death to Israel. So I think it's fantastic.
I hope you're right. I pray you're right. I would love to see that. I'm just a pessimist.
That's okay, General.
I'm going to leave it there. I think we'd all like to be at the end of this if there was peace and prosperity for everyone involved. That would be a wonderful pipe dream. Sadly, I think we're a long way off that. But thank you all to my panel very much. I'm joined now by Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli Prime Minister. Naftali Bennett, welcome.
All right, enough of that. We're not. If you want to watch the rest of that, it's only 8 minutes left of that one. It is literally at 1 hour and 1 minute of Piers Morgan's video. It's titled "Trump Has Unleashed U.S. and Israel Attack on Iran," okay, and that's the one with Mike Pence. So I want to answer this comment right here that Nino Brown said, or Proud FBI, he said, yeah, Iran is peaceful. Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm going to close it off with this, guys, okay? Every country thinks they're peaceful, and then every other country thinks the other country is not peaceful. That is the way of the world. That is the reality of all of this. Here's something that you guys need to understand about this war, right? There's going to be a lot of confusions going on about this war, a lot of misinformation due to the fact that information is being suppressed, due to the fact that maybe one nation wants to protect their tourism, right? One country wants to protect their propaganda. One country wants to protect their perception of supremacy. So there's a lot of moving parts that are going on here. Now, they're saying that Iran is going to lay down their arms because Trump is giving them an option to surrender. You have to understand something, right? Iran has a history of using suicide bombers to win wars, or to at least to try and attempt to win wars. You've seen that when they fought with Iraq. Okay, there was a war with Iraq and Iran. You've seen that. They will try and do that. And I don't think they're going to lay down that easily. So when I tell you, and I came up with this idea that, hey, I think that the U.S. is going to lose this war to Iran, it is due to morality. Okay, not morality, but that too, right? Because they don't have the moral high ground, right, taking over a sovereign state like this, especially with the way that the world is looking at it. Number two, they're going to lose support because many people who are being affected right now, the UAE, all these other Arab Gulf states that are trying to build some sort of tourist destination, right? They're going to tell the U.S., hey, back off. We don't want Iran continuously bombing us. So there's going to be pressure. There's going to be pressure from its allies and its own people. And that right there is a reason why this war is going to continue on for the bitter end of America, unfortunately, right? Now, I'm not telling you that America is not a powerful nation. America is a powerful nation. Here's the thing that you got to understand, right? They can defend themselves because of the borders that they have going on, right? And the amount of guns that are here. But whenever you go and invade a country, you always have to remember they know that land better than you, and that is why they will always have the strategic advantage above all else. And with that in mind, that is all that I have with this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one.